Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and in today's tutorial we will embark on an exciting journey of building a complete e-commerce website using Next.js framework. In this tutorial you will gain comprehensive knowledge of building a full-stack Next.js e-commerce website. Throughout the tutorial you will dive into various essential aspects of web development including database management, user authentication and authorization, payment integration, API integration, and server-side rendering, among many others. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a solid understanding of these concepts and how to apply them effectively to create a fully functional and secure e-commerce website with Next.js. So let's dive in and get started with this full stack e-commerce project. Alright, let's start our project by focusing on user registration and authentication. To handle the user authentication, we will be using NextAuth, which is a powerful authentication library that integrates seamlessly with Next.js. This will allow us to implement secure and efficient user login, sign up, and access control features for our e-commerce website. So let's go to the VS Code and start the basic setup for our project. Inside the VS Code, first open the terminal, and to make a Next.js project, we are going to write npx create next app latest, and the project name will be Ecommerce Next.js. Then we are going to use TypeScript. Yes, we are going to use the Tailwind CSS, no source directory, app router, no, and let it complete. And now let's go into the project directory, which is cd ecommerce nextjs. And now let's start our server by writing npm run dev, which is at the localhost 3000. And let me open a new window here and write localhost 3000. And now our server is running. Let's go back to the project and do some modifications here. Like we're going to remove all these lines and write a simple div for now. And in the global.css we are going to remove all this css. And talking about the packages that we are going to use in this project, we are going to install them as we move forward in this video, or you can say that in this project. I'm not going to install all of them at once. So for our user registration and authentication, we have to make navbar, sign up page and sign in page. So let's first make those three, and then we can work on the user login and registration. So go to the app directory, and inside that make a components folder, and inside that write navbar.tsx, and now write tsrafce, which is a short form for this lines of code. And now let's import this navbar here. So, and now inside this div we can have a padding in horizontal direction of 5, and also max width will be 1280 pixels and margin auto to make everything in the center. Now let's save and go back here, and you can see now we have our neighbor icon over here, and also there is some space that can use client. And then inside the function they are going to write some states. So first will be show profile use state, and it will be a type of boolean, and its default value will be false. Similarly, we are going to write one more state here, which is show name set show name, and same for this as well. So I'm going to copy from here and paste it. And then in the JSX part, remove the navbar, and inside div, write one more div with a class name flex item center and justify between. Then we are going to give a vertical padding of 4 and position will be relative. And inside this div, make one more div and give it a class name flex item center. If the window size is above MD, we are going to give a horizontal space of 10. If it's above LG, then we are going to give horizontal space of 20. And then inside this div, make one more div with a class name of font semi-bold, and then text to Excel, which is the font size. And then inside this div, we are going to have anchor tag with href to slash, and inside that write SEINE, which is our brand name. And after the logo, let's make our menu. So write nav and give it a class name max md. Hidden, we'll have another list with a class name of flex item center lg space x10 and space x7. Opacity will be 70 and the text size will be 15 pixels. And inside that, li with anchor tag, and it will point to the main page, and then it will have a class name py3 inline block. W will be full, then write shop. Similarly, we can write others. Here we are going to change this to filter and this one to my products. Now below this div, add one more div with a class name of flex item center space x4, and inside that we are going to have our search bar component, search bar, which we are going to make here. TSX. And now let's import it here. And inside this div, make one more div with the class name of flex item center bg gray 100 padding of 2 bounded full and max md hidden. And inside this we are going to have our button, and it will have an icon which will be a search icon of size 20, class name opacity 50, and then close it. Now let's install this package, which is React icon. So write npm I React icons and import that particular icon. From React icon /vi. Now save it and go back here, and you can see now we have a icon here. Let's also add our input. So the input will be type of text, and Then we are going to give a class name, outline, none, bg transparent, ml2, caret, blue 500, placeholder, font light, placeholder, text gray 600, text 15 pixels. Then we are going to give a placeholder which will be search, autocomplete will be off. Now let's save it and go here, and you can see now we have our search bar. And lastly we have to add our user icon and the cart icon. So go back to the new bar, and below this search bar make one more div and add a class name over here with relative cursor pointer. Inside this div we are going to have our image, so write image and source will be user.jpg. Now let's give some classes. So width will be 35 pixels, height will be 35 pixels, rounded full, and object will be cover. And now below this image make one more div with the class name of absolute bg white, side index of 2, rounded lg, shadow lg, and inside this let's have our sign in button. So link href to sign in, and let's import link. Now below this div we are going to have one more link, and inside this link make a div with the class name of p2 bgk 100, rounded full, and inside this we are going to use icon which is ci shopping cart, size will be 20, then close it, and also import this icon. Now inside link give a href to /cart. Now save it and let's refresh. I think there's some problem here. This should be outside this too. Now let's save, and now you can see we have our user and a cart. And now let's use these states here. For that, inside this div let's define our onClick function, and this will change the value of set profile. So we are going to toggle the value of show profile, and now let's change this as well. So if show profile is true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise we are going to use the hidden CSS. Now let's say and go here, and if I click on this you can see now we have our sign in button, and on clicking I'm getting redirected to this particular page. And now that we have made our new path, let's make this responsive. So below this link I'm going to have a span, and it will have a onClick function, and this will change the state value shown here. Other than that we're going to have some classes. So padding will be 9 pixels, bg gray 100, rounded full, md hidden, And inside this span we are going to have a icon which is PS chevron compact up, and it will have some classes: transition, easing, and the duration will be of 150 milliseconds. Shown is true, then we are going to rotate the icon with, with the 180 degree, otherwise we are going to do nothing, which will be 0 degree. And now let's close this icon and also import it from React icons. Import from React icons /ps. Save. And now load this div, make one more div with the class name md hidden, and if shown is true, then we are going to have padding of bottom 4 px5, otherwise h0 invisible, and opacity will be 0. And then inside div make a ul with the class name flex call, text will be 15 pixels, opacity of 75, and px of 2. Inside that make li and anchor tag with the class name of py3 inline block, f width full, and href to /shop, duplicate it 2 more times, change this to filters. Now outside this ul make one more div, the class name of flex item center pg gray 100 p2 rounded lg my4 py3, and inside that write input. You can just copy this CSS from search bar, so I'm just going to copy this from here and paste here. And below input we are going to add a search button, so we can copy that from here as well and paste it here. And let's import that. And now let's save and go back here. Let's inspect it, and if I click on this chevron, you can see our menus here. I think there is some problem here, so let's go back and fix that. So inside the input add width full. Now it should be fine. So with that, our bar is ready and it's responsive as well. Now let's make the sign in and sign up page, then we can work on the user authentication and registration. So for that, inside the app directory make a folder sign in and one more sign up. But before that, let's connect our database to this project. For that we are going to use Prisma. So go to the add to existing project on Prisma website and relational database. And then you can start installing the Prisma. Then let npx Prisma init and it will generate 2 files.
One is Prisma and second is .env file. So inside the Prisma schema.prisma, we are going to define our models. So first change this to MySQL, and also add the relation mode to Prisma. Then inside the .env file, we are going to provide the database URL. So for that, we are going to use the PlanetScale database provider. So once you log in, you get directed to this page, and then you can click on this create button to create our database. So our database name will be Ecommerce, and then we are going to go with the hobby. You can select the region you want to, and then create database. Now after completing initialization, you can change this to remote branch, and this should be development. And now click on this connect, create password, and this will create a URL, database URL. You can just copy that and paste here. And at the end of this line, you have to add this SSL cert etc SSL cert.pem. And actually these lines are different for different systems, so you can just go and search SSL PlanetScale, and here you can find different C root configurations. Like for Mac, this is that I have used, but for the Windows Alpine the code is different, so you can configure as per your system requirements. And after that, save, and then go back to the schema.prisma, and here we are going to write the model. So first model will be user, and it will have a ID, type integer, ID, default value, auto increment, and then second will be name, it will be a type of string, db.varchar 255. Next we are going to have our email, which will be a type of string, unique, db.varchar 255, password to be a type of string, and db.varchar 255. And that's it for this user model. Now save, and inside this terminal write npx prisma db push to push this model inside our database. And now it's generating the Prisma client. Now let's go back to our database, and one more tip that you should save this username and password to your notepad, because this information only shows one time. So cut that and go to the console, connect, and you can already see that now we have one table. So inside the console you can write show tables, which will show you the table name, all table name, and you can check what's inside that table by writing describe user, and it will show id, name, email, and its type, and null values, key, and some extra stuff. And now if I want to check the data inside the table, you can write select everything from user. It will show the data inside the user. Right now we don't have any, but you can see the data by writing this command. So with that we have set up our database uh, and connected to our project, and also write the user model. Now let's make a sign up page. So inside the sign up, make a file page.tsx tsrafc, and inside the sign up folder let's make one more file named sign up form.tsx, and change this to capital S. Now import this file to main file sign up form and add that here. And now inside the sign up form, let's make this client component first. Inside the function, let's define state const user set user use state, and then it will contain name, which will be a type of string, email type of string, and then password. So user will have these three values: name, email, and password. And now let's import use router from next navigation. Now let's make API to register our user. But before that, inside the app directory, make one more file named prisma db.ts. Inside that, we're going to import our prisma client, and then we are going to declare a global variable and inside that write where prisma is prisma client undefined, and outside this write const client global this dot prisma or new prisma client. If process dot env dot node env is not equals to production, then global this dot prisma is equals to client. And then we can export default client. So in order to prevent the multiple instances of prisma client, we have to write this code, and after writing this we can make our API routes. So inside the app folder, make API folder and then register, and then write route.ts. We are going to import our prisma from app slash prisma db. Actually the name should be prisma db, and let's change it here as well. And then we are going to import bcrypt from bcrypt, and let's install this package as well. So write npm I bcrypt, and after installing also install the types of bcrypt. So write npm I savedev types bcrypt, and this will resolve this error. After that we are going to import next response from next server, and then we are going to define export async function. It will be a type of post, and inside that it will take request, which will be type of request. And inside this function we are going to have our body, and the value will be taken from request.json, and then we can destructure this body. So write const, and inside the body it will contain name, email, password, and equals to body. And after that we are going to hash our password. So for that, write const hash password, and this will be equals to await bcrypt dot hash, and inside that write password comma 12. Below that we are going to use try and catch block, and then inside that we are going to define our user. So user will be equals to await prisma dot user. So this user is the model that we have created dot create, and inside that we are going to provide our data. So data will be equals to name, email, and password, and password will be hashed password. And now below this we are going to return our response. So return next response dot json user. Then let's complete this try and catch block. Catch return next response dot error, and with that we have written the code to create our user. Now let's go back to the sign up page and continue working on this. So this div will have a class name flex call, item center, justify center, min height screen, and padding in vertical direction will be 2. Inside that we are going to have a div with a class name of p10 rounded lg, shadow lg, flex call, and then write h1 tag. It will have a class name of text excel, font medium, mb4, and inside that write sign up. Below that we are going to have a label, and it will have a class name mb2, and inside this write name, and below that we are going to have our input. So this input will have a type of text, then the class name p2 border gray 300 border to 1 pixel, then rounded lg w 300 pixels, mb4 focus outline none, focus border gray 600, text black. Then id will be name, value will be user dot name, and placeholder name. Then we are going to write our on change function, which will be on change e, and this will change the set user. So first we are going to destructure the user, and then it will take the value of name and then it will assign the value inside the input. Similarly, we can write for our email and password. So just copy that and paste two more times and change the values. Like this should be email and password. And below this input, we are going to have a button. And inside this button, we are going to give it some classes. So padding will be 2. It will have a border and BG will be purple 600, text white, border gray 300, MT2, MB4, and then we can copy these CSS, paste here. And now below this button, we are going to have some links. So link, and it will have href value to sign in, although we did not have made that yet. It will have a class name will be text sm, shadow md, text center mt5, text neutral 600, and then inside this link write already have an account, and below that make one more link, href to home page, the class name text center mt2. Now let's save, refresh, and let's go to the sign up page. So let's sign up, and as you can see, now we have our sign up page directly here. And I think I should remove this box shadow, so let's remove this, save, and now it's looking good. And the last thing that is left to do is to connect our this page to the API route. For that we are going to make a function here. So below this write const register, and inside the function we are going to define our data. So data will be equals to name, and it will take its value from our state, so user dot name. Second will be email, and value will be user dot email, then password user dot password. After that we are going to use NextJs to post our data in our database. For that, first let's install that. So write npm I NextJs, then let's import that here. Import NextJs from NextJs, and now below this write NextJs dot post, and inside this provide API URL, API/register, and then we are going to provide the data, then response. We are going to console.log our response dot catch console.log error, and finally we can push the user to sign in page. So write router dot push, and inside this write slash sign in. This should be small, and let's use our user router. So write const router is equals to use router, and now this should be fine. Save, and I think they should The use routers should be from Next navigation. Let's try out our sign up page by creating a user. Then we can click on the register, and it's not working because we did not put our function here. So on the button we can right click, then pass our function register, save, and let's click the button one more time. And now we are directed to the sign in page. That means we have created our user successfully. Let's go and check on our database. So inside our database, go to the console. Let's connect it first and select everything from user. And as you can see, now we have one user named Sattu, email this, and password is hashed. So with that we have completed our registration part. Now we have to complete the sign in part. For that we are going to use the Next.js. So right now I am on the official website of Next.js, and for our project we are using the 13.4 version of Next.js. So we can follow this guide, and here it says that we have to create a folder auth, inside that Next.js and then out.ts. So let's create that. So inside the API folder, make one more folder named auth, and inside that make one more folder named next auth, and then make a file name out.ts, and then inside that import next auth from next auth. Let's install this package. For that by 10 pm I next auth, and then inside the same folder you can make one more file name options.ts. Then inside this .ts we are going to import options from /options. Now that const handler is equals to next auth, then we are going to provide our options, and then we are going to export our handler as get and post. And now inside these options we are going to write our options, that is this part, providers, data providers, or you can say credential providers. We are going to write all that in the options. And as for this project we are only going to use credential providers, not the GitHub or any other providers. So you can read more about this on this website, but I'm going to just write the code and explain it to you. So first we are going to import our type next auth options. Then we are going to import credential providers. Then we are going to import our Prisma. So you can go to the register and copy that. You can copy these two and paste here. Export const options, and this will be type of next options. Now inside the options we are going to provide providers. So providers will be credential providers. Now credential providers its name will be credentials, and then it will have credentials. So inside this credentials, we are going to provide the data that needs to be verified or authorized. So first will be email, and email label will be email, then type will be text, and then placeholder will be your email. Then second credential will be password. So now we have our credential. We need to authorize these credentials. For that, we are going to write a function, and this function will be a sync function. So that a sync authorize credentials, and inside the function, if credentials email is not present or credentials password is not present, then we are going to throw an error. If we have a user email and password, then we are going to fetch that user from our Prisma. So write await user, await Prisma dot user dot find unique, and in this we are going to provide where we are going to find that particular data. So that where, then email, and its value will be credentials dot email. Now if the user is not found or user password is not found, then we are going to throw an error. So we can copy that from here and paste it here. And after that, if we found that user, then we are going to check the password. So is corrected password, then we are going to await bcrypt dot compare. So we are comparing the password here. So we are going to provide two values here. First, the credential password that we are providing right now, and the password that is coming from the database. So user dot password. And if the is corrected password is, then we are going to throw an error. We can just copy that from here and paste here. And you can change these messages if you want to. And lastly, we can return our user. As you can see that we are getting some error here saying that the ID should be in string, not in number, because by default next auth take ID as a string, not as number. So for that, you can make a type file here. So in our main folder, project folder, make a folder name types, and inside this make a file name next.auth.d.ts, and inside this import our next auth, and then declare module next auth. This is interface user, and the ID it will have a type number. And now this should resolve our error here. As you can see, now we don't have any error, and that is because next auth take ID as a string, not as a number. And after that we can write some more lines, that is pages. So inside the pages we will have sign in, and it will point to sign in page, and second we will have our error page, so error, and it will point to the sign in page. If you want to make another error page, you can do, but I'm just redirecting if any error happens to the sign in page. And after that we can write some callback functions, so write callbacks, and inside that we are going to have our session will be async, and it will take session, then token, and then user. If session dot user exists, then we are going to have session dot user dot id is equals to token dot uid. Next we are going to have jwt async function. It will have user and token. If the user exists, then token dot uid will be equals to user dot id, and then we are going to return our token. And then we can write our session type. So session type will be strategy jwt. And now you can see that now we have one more problem here saying that property id does not exist on type name string. So for that we again have to go to the types and next.d.ts, and below this module we are going to declare one more module named next dot, and inside this write interface session, and the user id will be type of string, and outside this write and default session user. So if you do this, the error will be solved, and now we don't have any type of error. And after this we are going to provide secret, which we does not have generated yet. Just write process.env next dot secret, and below that write debug process.env dot node.env is equals to development. And now we are going to generate this next dot secret. For that, go to the next dot website, and inside the options you can see this particular code. You just have to copy this and paste in your terminal to generate the secret code, and this will be secret code for me. And you can just copy that and go to the env file, and then write next dot secret, and then paste that value. And with that we have completed our setup for next dot. For now I'm remove this sign-in page and save, because we did not have yet made the sign-in page. So the default route for sign-in is API slash auth slash sign-in, and this will send you to this particular page
So let's sign in first. Now if I click on the sign in credential, you can see that I am redirected to the main home page, and you can see that now we have a Next.session token and CRF token. So this means that we have been successfully signed in our website. And now let's make this sign in page. So go to the sign in folder and make file name page.tsx and one more file name .tsx. Now that tsrfce, and same for this one as well, and change this to capital letter. And now import link, use router, and import XCS, and also use state, and also import sign in from next auth/react. Inside the function, write const router is equals to use router, and then let's define our state user set user is equals to use state, and it will have email, initial value will be empty string, then password empty string. We are going to define our login function, so that const login, and then we are going to use try and catch block. So inside the try, we are going to call our sign in function from next auth, and inside that we are going to provide our credentials, then data, and data will be email, and it will have a value of user dot email, then password user dot password, and we are going to set redirect to true, callback URL to slash, which will be the home page. Then we are going to write a catch. So for now let's just console the error, so that console.log error while signing in. Import sign in form in our page, and now inside the JSX we can copy that from our sign in form. So copy that from here and paste here. Then remove the name and also this function to login. This should be login, this should be sign up, and after that let's save it and go back here. Let's click on the sign in, and now you can see that we have our sign in form here. Now let's sign in, login now, and I am now login. As you can see that we have no way to know that if we logged in or not. So for that we are going to use the session created by NextJs. So go to the app directory and make another folder named lib, and then make a file named session.ts.
Now here we are going to import get server session from Next.js. Then we are going to import our options from app API slash auth slash Next.js slash options. Now let's get our session, so that export function get session, and inside this we are going to just return our get server session by passing options. And now let's get our current user, so that export async function get current user. And here we are going to use the session from above, so that const session is equals to await get session, and then we are going to return session question mark dot user. So we are simply first getting our session, and then we are going to get our user from that session. Now let's go to the page.tsx, and here let's import our current user, and inside this we are going to write const user is equals to get current is equals to await get current user, and let's console it. So now as you can see that in the console we have our user name Sattu and its email and image and the ID number. Now this is one way to get the current user from server side. There's one more way to get the session user from client side. So for that we have to make a provider in the component. So that provider.tsx. So first let's make it use client component, and then we are going to import React, then React node from React. Then we are going to import session provider from next auth React, and below that type props is equals to children, and this will be type of React node. Now let's define our function. So function will be const provider, and inside the function we are going to provide our children. Now inside the function we are just going to return our JSX. So JSX will be session provider, and in between we are going to pass our children. And now let's export our provider. So that export default provider, then go to the layout.tsx, and here import that provider, and inside the JSX we are going to use that provider to wrap around these children, so that way. And now after doing this we can get our user on our client components. So let's go to the neighbor, and here we are going to import use, and then here write data use session, and then we can console log session dot user, and let me go to the page.tsx and comment this and save. And here you can see that now in our console you can see we have our user with email, ID and name, and this shows that we have been successfully logged in our website. Now let's use this session so that user can know if they are logged in or not. So below this we are going to write sign out component, sign out, and inside that we can write if session is available and if session dot user is available, then we are going to return another list with the class name of py5 px1 text neutral 600. Then inside this we can write li with the class name of over pg gray 100 over text neutral 900 px5 py2 cursor pointer, and inside li we can write session dot user dot name, and below that we can have one more li on click, and on click we can sign out from our website. So we are going to import our sign in from sign out from Next.React, and let's also import our sign in. Along with that we can also use some classes, white space node app over text neutral 900, and we can copy these three from above and here write sign out. Let's give a red color to it. In next line we are going to have one more li with the class name of white space node app. Let's copy that from here and paste here, and then inside li we can have an anchor tag which points to the add product, and then write add product, and if the session and user is not present, then we can return ul li on click sign in, then we can copy the classes from here and here below this line if session dot user is present, then we can show this particular menu, otherwise we will not show this menu. And let's go below and remove this line and here use our sign out component. Now let's save and go back here. Now if I click on this, you can see now I have my name, sign out button, and the add. I have more menus here. Let's click on the sign out button, and as you can see now I have undefined here. That means I have successfully logged out from our website. Now let's click on this and sign in. As you can see now in the console I have my user and my name and some menus here. One more thing, that here the inside sign in the type should be password. Let's copy that and use that here as well. So with that, for this project we have completed our user registration.
and its authentication. And now we are going to work on the add product. For that, first we have to make a schema for the product that we are going to add in our database. So here we are going to make a model name product. So first thing, it will have ID, then it will have title, and it will be type of string, and db dot varchar 255. Then description, type of string, and since the description will hold lots of text value, so we have to assign its data type to text. You can also use long text if you want to. Then we are going to have a category, string, then style, string, store, string, then size, type of string, inventory, it will be type of int, color, string, then price, int, then images, string, and data type will be text. Then we are going to have our user ID, and it will be type of int. Then we are going to provide the relation between user and the password. For that, add user, then user, and the relation fields. In fields, we are going to provide the user ID, and the reference will be ID. Now on delete, cascade, and then add @index user ID. Now let's add this relation in the user. So below the password, write product and product, then empty array. And with that we have written the schema for our product model. And now save and go to the terminal, and here write npx prisma db push. So whenever you change anything in the schema, you have to push it to the database. And now let's go to the database to check if we have our table or not. So that show tables, and as you can see, now we have our product. Let's describe the product. And our product have all these properties. And now let's go in our VS Code, and in the app directory make a folder name add product, and then inside that make file name page.tsx and tsrafce. Inside the add product make one more file name product form.tsx and tsrafce, and change this to capital. Now let's import that to page.tsx. Now let's go to our browser and then go to our add product page. Let's sign in again. Then add product. In product form, first thing that we are going to do is to make this a client component. Then we are going to import our use state and use effect. Other than that, we are also going to import XCS, then import sign in, sign out, and use session. Along with that, we are also going to import our neighbor and import use router. Now inside the function, first we are going to have our user from the session. So the data session and then use session. Now let's get user ID from our session. Then let's write router is equals to use router, and this should be from navigation. And then we are going to define a state where we are going to have our form data, which we are going to pass to our backend as a product. And then we are going to have our form data, use state. And inside the form data, we are going to pass all the values that we have defined in our model schema for product. So first is title, then we have description, then category, style,
and the first color will be FA3458. Then price, images,
user ID, and its value will be ID, and then store. So these are the values that we are going to pass through our API to our backend as data for our products. And inside the JSX, add a class name in the div with px5 max width of 1280 pixels, then mx auto and mb10. Now inside that we are going to have one more div, and inside that we can have our neighbor. Below this div, write h1 tag with the class name of text 3xl, font semi-bold, py6, then write a div with the class name of text black, empty4, grid, md grid calls to, then grid calls 1, and gap will be 5. Inside that we are going to have one more div, then a label, and inside this attribute we are going to write title, then a class name, font medium, then write title. Below that we are going to have our input, and it will be type of text, then our class names wfull, h 50 pixels, height will be 50 pixels, border will be 1 pixel, rounded LG. On focus, border will be pink 500 px3. On focus, border width will be 2 and outline none. Then name will be title, value will be form data dot title, and then we are going to write a onChange function that we are going to define above. So write const handle change, then here write a, it will be type of react, then react dot change event html input element, then const name and its value, it will be equals to e dot target, and then we are going to have our set form data. Inside that we are going to destructure our form data, and then we are going to have our name and its value will be value. And now let's save and go back here, and now because of that function I will be able to type here. Similarly, let's make others as well. So below this div, make one more div and copy that label from here and paste here. Then we are going to have our input, so copy that from here as well and paste here. And here change the title to category and name, and this one to category and this one too, and here will be form data dot category. Then duplicate one more time. This time this will be style, and this will be style, and this is form data dot style. Then duplicate one more time, and now we are going to have here store, and here is store form data dot store. Now let's save and go back here, and now as you can see, now we have 4 different inputs: title, category, style and store. Now let's work on the size input. So firstly we are going to duplicate it and change this value to size, and this one's too. Other than that, we are also going to have a component here, size, in which the user will be given some options. From that he can choose the size in their product. So size, and here we are going to pass set form data. Now let's make that component in our component folder. Size.tsx, tsrafce, save, and let's import in our product form. Import use state,
and then remove this and write interface paraprops and set form data. It should be type of react dot dispatch, then react dot set state action any. This equals to sign and then write react dot fc paraprops equals to, and remove this and pass our set form data. Now below that we are going to write const selected size, selected sizes, set selected sizes is equals to use state, and it will be type of string, and initial value will be empty array. Now let's define our sizes. So sizes will have an array in which we are going to have sm, and here's the type will be string array. Now let's define a function so that the user can select from these sizes. So that const handle size button click, we will pass size as a string, then set selector sizes, previous selected size, if previous selector sizes dot include size, then return previous selected size dot filter, and inside that s, and s does not equals to size, else return, and here we are going to restructure the previous circuit size, and then we are going to pass our size. And now let's submit this selected sizes to our product info form data. So below that write one more function const handle submit, and here we are going to have set form data, previous set form data, which will be type of form data. Inside that, first we are going to destructure that previous form data. This should be set, this should be simply previous form data. And now we are going to selected sizes dot join by comma, and now let's write our JSX here. So inside this div we are going to map over the array of size. So sizes dot map, and inside that size, then small braces we are going to have button, and it will have a key which will be equals to size. Then we are going to have a class name, border of 0.5 pixels, rounded LG, text center, text 14 pixels, py 2 pixels, cursor pointer, px3, mt4, mb5, mr5, then if the selected size dot includes size, we are going to make the bg to gray 500, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Then we are going to have on click function, and here we are going to have handle size button click and passing our size. And let's close our button, and inside that pass the size. Now below this map we are going to have a button, and it will have on click function, and it will have the handle submit function. Inside that write submit. Now save, and let's go back here, and as you can see now we have our buttons. Let's try it. So I'm going to have empty and submit, and as you can see now I have some selected sizes over here. Now if I deselect it and submit, the SM size will be removed. So let's make the text white. Now it's good. Let's go to the product form.tsx, and now below this div make one more div, and now let's copy this from here and paste here. Inside that now change this to inventory, and this one's to inventory, and the type will be number. And for this input we are going to define a separate function. So below this function let's just copy this and change the name to handle price change, and then remove this and write const value is equals to e dot target dot name is equals to price. Value will be e dot target dot value column, and copy this value and paste here again. Now duplicate it and change this to inventory, and this one's to and now remove this and write e dot target dot name column value comma, then duplicate it and change this to inventory, And now let's pass this function to here. Now duplicate this one and change this to price, and this one's to price and price. And now you can see we have two other inputs, one is inventory and another is price. And now we have to work on the color picker. So let's make one more div here, and inside this div make one more div, and let's copy these values from here and paste here. Now change this to color here as well, color. And now outside this we are going to have a color picker component. So write color, set form data, and color will be form data dot color. Now let's go to the component folder and make one more file named color.tsx, tsrafce. So import use state, then use spec, and then we are going to install a package called React Pick Color. You can go and search that on Google, React Pick Color, and this package we are going to install. So copy that and paste here. Now we are going to import color picker from React Pick Color. We are also going to import an icon named gr add from React icons /gr. Remove this and write interface props and then set form data. Actually we can just copy that from here. Paste here. And then we are going to have a color which will be type of string. Now let's remove this and write react.fc props equals to, then pass our set form data and color. And let's import that to the product form. Import color and this should be capital. Let's save and go back here. So first we are going to define some states. Open, set open, use state, type of boolean, and initial value will be false. Now let's define an array, color array. It will be type of string array, and color dot split by comma. And also let's define one more state here, that initial color, so color and set color equals to state and initial color will be white. Now below this define one more state, selected color set selected colors is equals to use state, and then we are going to pass our color array. And now if the color array dot length is less than 0, then we are going to have set colors value to empty array. Now let's define a function so that user can select the colors. So that handle color button click, and inside the function we are going to have set select colors and then previous selected colors. Destructure the previous selected colors and then pass our color, and then set open value to false. Next we are going to use the use effect to update our form data. So inside that const handle selected colors and set form data previous form data, which will be type of form data, inside that destructure our previous form data, and then we are going to assign color with the value of selected colors dot join by comma, and then we are going to call as handle selected colors, and the use effect works only when the selected colors change. And let's define one more function where we can delete our selected color. So that const handle delete color, and inside this we are going to pass index to delete, and it will be type of number, and inside that write set selected color and previous selected color, const update colors. Then inside the array we are going to destructure our previous selected colors, and then we are going to have updated colors dot splice index to delete comma 1, and now return updated colors. So now we have written all the functions. Let's write our JSX here. So remove this, and inside the div make one more div, and it will have a class flex item center justify between and t3, and now inside the div we are going to have a button, class name block, border of 1 pixel, rounded LG, px3, text 14 pixels, and then on click function where we are going to change the state of open exclamatory mark open. And now between the buttons we are going to write choose color. Now below the button write open. If open, then we are going to have color picker. Color will be color. Home change color. Set color. Color dot x value. Now let's close that. Below this we are going to have one more button with the class name of flex item center space x1 border of 1 pixels rounded LG p of 1 px3 text of 14 pixels, and then on click handle color button, and inside the button write add, then our icon gr add, then give a class name ml1 and size will be 16. And now below this div we are going to write code to display all the selected colors. So write one more div with the class name of empty5, and inside div we are going to map over the selected color. So selected colors dot map selected color index small braces, then write a div, and it will have a key value which will be index, then a class name flex item center space x4 and b2, and inside this make one more div with a class name of and add a style here. So style will be width of 40 pixels, then height of 40 pixels, border radius of 100%, background color of selected color, then display of inline block. And now below this div make a span with the class name of border 1 pixels rounded LG p1 px3 text 14 pixels, and then here we are going to have button to delete the color, that class name border 1 pixels. We can copy that CSS from above, then we are going to have our on click function, and here we're going to call our handle delete color and pass the index, and inside the button write delete. And now let's save and go to the browser, refresh, and as you can see, currently we have our default selected color. If you want, you can delete that and you can choose a new color here. So let's choose a new color and add the color. And if you want to add multiple colors, then you can do that as well. You can also use the hex values if you want to, like if I want here E and here A and here 3, then and add it, then it's also working, and you can delete as per your wish. So with that, we have also completed the color part. Now let's work on the description part, where the seller can write the description around their products. For that, let's go to the add product form. Now at the top, let's make one more state here. So below that, write const description, set description, use state with the type of string array, and initial value will be empty. And also inside this description, we are going to write the HTML. Now let's save. Below this div, write a label and then a class name, which will be empty10, inline block, font medium. And inside that, write description about your product. Then below that, we are going to have our component. So like para set description is equals to set description. Then we are going to pass description is equals to form data dot description. Now close it. Now make a file inside the component folder, name para.t6, and here write tsrafce, and then remove this and write interface props para, and then write set description. It would be type of react dot dispatch react dot set state action, and then close it. And second will be description, which will be type of string. Now let's pass that here. So that react dot fc, then para, and pass these values here. So set description and description. And now let's import this particular component in the product form file. So that import para, and now let's save and save this one as well. Now here we are going to use the TipTap editor. So you can go on the net and search that TipTap. And if you go to the documentation, they have shown that how can we install and set up this particular editor in our project. So we have some installations here. For the Next.js, we are required to install these packages. So copy this and paste in our terminal and then install it. So now let's import our editor content from TipTap React, and we are also going to import the use editor. Then below that we are going to import our starter kit from TipTap React starter kit. Along with that, we are also going to import use effect and use F from React. Now let's go back here, and here as you can see that they have written some starter code here. So we have included these packages. Now we have to make an editor here. So copy this and paste inside the functions, and inside the content we are going to pass our description, and below this line we are going to have our editor blocks. Inside that we are going to have our attributes and then classes. So classes will be rows. And below the editor we are going to have our HTML from the editor. So get HTML, and this HTML part we are going to send to our backend as a data. And now we are going to have our use effect, and that set description value to HTML, and let's also console it HTML, and it depends on HTML. And now let's define a state here, const focus, then set focus is equals to use state, type of boolean, and the initial value will be false, and then that const menu ref is equals to use ref HTML div element null. Then we are going to use effect one more time, and here inside the function we are going to define a handler function e type of any, and if the menu ref dot current dot contains e dot target, then we are going to set focus to false, and outside this function write document dot add event listener mouse down, and then pass our function handler, and the dependency error will be empty. And inside this JSX we are going to provide a class name here, mxauto, border will be 1 pixels, mt4 rounded axis, and if the focus is true then we are going to have a border pink 500, otherwise, and border thickness will be 2 pixels, ml0, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Other than that, we are also going to pass our reference. So ref is equals to main ref. And then we are going to have our editor content, and then we are going to pass our editor, which will be editor that we have defined above. Then style. So style padding will be of 18 pixels. Then close it. And on click function, and this will set the value of focus to true. Now let's say go back here, and now we have this, and we can write anything, and in the console you can see anything I write gives me an HTML output. So this much is enough for our project, but I'm also going to show you how can you make these text bold, italic, or align them using the editor. But as far as this project is concerned, we are only going to use this much. Okay, so just to show you, I'm going to add the editors here. So make one more component. So make one more file in the component, name text editor .tsx, and here import our editor, site editor, which will be type of editor or null, and here pass that editor. Now here make one more div with a class name of mt6, border of 1 pixel, rounded LG, and then one more div with the class name of alex, item center, justify around, inside that write a button, which will be a type of button. So type will be button. Then on click function, so editor dot chain dot focus dot toggle bold dot run, and disabled. So inside that, if editor dot can dot chain dot focus dot toggle bold dot run. Now let's give some classes to this button. So write the class name, and here if editor dot is active bold, then we are going to give some classes, which will be bg will be gray 800, and text will be white. Otherwise we are going to have bg gray 100, text black. Other than that, also add some paddings here of p3, and now inside the button write bold. Let's save it, and let's import that to the para. So write import text editor, And then about this editor content, add that text editor, and then pass our editor, which will be editor, and then close it. And now save and go back here. And as you can see, now we have a bold button. Let's select and click on this, and as you can see, our text got bold. If I click one more time, it got normal. So in this way you can add more editors here, but for our project we don't need any of them. So I'm just going to comment this and now save it. And the last part that is left to do is to work on our images, and for that we are going to use the Cloudinary. So let's go to our project, and inside the project form, and here we are going to define some more states. So first will be info and update info, use state, and it will be type of any, and this is, and then we are going to make one more state, image URLs, set image URLs, use state, type will be string array, and then default value will be empty array. And now below this function we have to make one more function named const handle image change, and inside that write string images is equals to JSON dot stringify, and we are going to pass our image URLs. Then set form data. Inside that, first we are going to destructure the form data, and then we are going to assign images to string images, description to description, and user ID to ID. And here the default value should be a string, and remove this one, and now it should remove this error. Now we are going to use the use effect to console our data, just to see if the form data is working or not. So that console.log and form data dot images and console.log form data, and here pass dependency array form data. And for now let's comment this, and now below that we are going to use effect one more time, and inside that we are going to have set form data, and inside previous form data, then we are going to destructure the previous form data, and add description to description, images to image URLs dot to string, and then we are going to have our user ID, which will be ID, and the dependency array will be image URLs. Now at the bottom we are going to have a label, so we can copy that from here and paste and change this to, and then we are going to have our image upload component, So that image upload, and first we are going to pass our info as an info, then update info, then we are going to pass image URLs, then set image URLs, then we are going to pass our handle image change, it will be equals to handle image change. Now close it. Now let's make that component in our component folder. So that image upload .tsx tsr afce info, which will be type of any. Then we are going to have update info, which will be type of react dot dispatch react dot set state action any. Then we are going to have image URLs, which will be type of string array, then set image URLs, which will be type of this, but we are going to replace the any with string array. Then we are going to have handle image change, and it will be a function. Inside that we are going to provide inside that write e, which will be a type of react dot change event HTML input element to void react dot fc props, and remove this and restructure all of them. Write info, update info, image URLs, set image URLs, and handle image change. Now let's save and import this component in our product. Import image upload and save it. And now let's go to the Cloudinary, and after you sign in you will get to this page, and now we are going to set up our Cloudinary. After signing you will be at this page. Right now we are using the Cloudinary for Next, so we are going to install the Next Cloudinary. So we can write the Next Cloudinary, and here is a post about that, and it says write npm install Next Cloudinary. So go to the terminal and write that and enter. Now we have to add the next public Cloudinary cloud name in our env file. So copy that and go to the env and here paste. And for that we can go to the dashboard, and here you can see that here this is our cloud name. So copy that and paste here. Now import use state, and use effect, and also our Cloudinary. So that cld upload widget from next cloudinary. And now inside this we are going to write a function named onUpload. It will contain an argument result which will be type of any, and then inside the function first we are going to update the info with result dot info dot secure URL, then const new image URL is equals to result dot info dot secure URL. Then we are going to set image URL in which we are going to have previous image URLs. Then we are going to structure that, and then we are going to assign new image URL. Then we are going to call our handle image change and pass the result. So this function is for uploading our image. Then we are going to define a function for deleting the image. So that const handle delete image. It will have an index of type number. And here we are going to have set image URLs. Previous image URLs const updated image URLs is equals to all the previous image URLs, and then updated image URLs dot splice pass index comma 1, and then return the updated image URLs. Now let's go inside the JSX, remove this, and first we are going to have one module with the class name of mb10. Then we are going to have our widget cld upload widget, and here we are going to pass our upload preset, and you can get this preset from here. So go to the setting and then upload, and in the upload preset make a new preset and then use it here, and the mode should be unassigned. So copy that and paste here. Then we are going to call our onUpload function and then pass the onUpload function, and inside this curly braces, small braces, curly braces which will be type of any. We are going to have a function handle on click react dot mouse event HTML button element e dot prevent default open. Then outside this we are going to return the JSX, and it will have a class name, border of 1 pixels, rounded LG, P of 1, px2, and then on click handle on click, and right here and between the buttons write upload product images. Let's save and save this file as well, and let's go to the browser, refresh the page, and as you can see now we have a button here. So let's upload an image here. Done. And let's go to our Cloudinary and then on media to see if the image is uploaded or not. So go to the media library, and as you can see, our image is uploaded here. Let's upload one more image here. So this time I'm going to upload this one. And as you can see here, if I refresh, we got new image over here. So with that we can say that our Cloudinary is working. Now let's also show the uploaded image over here. So below this div, make one more div and with the class name grid lg grid calls 4 and d grid calls 3 sm grid calls 2 and grid calls 1. Then give a gap of 10. Now inside this div we are going to map over the image URLs. So image URLs dot map. Inside that we are going to write image URL and index, then small braces and write div. Inside that we are going to pass key, which will be equals to index, and then a class name which will be flex call justify center, and then inside that we are going to have image src will be image URL, and then a class name which will be w250 pixels, height 300 pixels, object cover, object top, and in the alternative write uploaded image index +1, and below that we are going to have a button to delete the image. We will have a class name, border of 1 pixel, rounded LG, P of 1, PX2, MT5, and onClick function, and it will call the handle delete image, and then write delete. Now let's save and go back to the browser and let's check it out. So I'm going to upload 2 or 3 images at once. And as you can see, we have all the 4 images here, and if I delete any of them, I think the delete function is not working. Let's see what is wrong here. Or we also have to pass the index. So now let's save and go back here, and now if I delete, the image got deleted here. So with that we have completed the image part also, where we can upload and delete the image of our product. Now let's test all of them and console the form data in our console. So let's go in our product form.tsx, and here uncomment this and save, and then go to the new bar, and here we are going to comment this one, refresh, and as you can see now we have our form data with everything empty. So let's give some title here. So title will be t-shirt. As you can see that as we are changing in the form data, we are consoling the different values here. So now the title is t-shirt. Category will be man, style, formal, and store will be Nike. You can select the sizes here. So 4 sizes in total, and then we can have the inventory. Let's say 200. Then we are going to have prices. Let's say $20. Then we can delete that color and choose our own color here. Add. Then choose one more. Add. Now let's add some description about our product so that we can add very good product. And now let's upload some images. I'm going to choose this, and this. Upload them. Done. So now so as you can see now, after filling all the inputs in our form data, we get this JSON here with category, color, and everything filled in. And the user ID is by default the logged in user ID, which is 1. And now all that is left to do is to push this data in our database. So for that we are going to make our API route. So go to the API folder and make a API route for our product. So this will be add product, and this we are going to write route.ts. So first let's import our Prisma. Then we are going to import our next response from next server, and then we are going to write our export touching function to post the data request, which will be type of request. Inside that, let's first get our body, which we will get from request.json. Then we are going to destructure that body. So in that body we are going to have title, description, category, style, size, inventory, color, price, images, user ID, and store, and it will be equals to body. Then we are going to have a try and catch block. So inside a try, write const product is equals to await prisma dot product dot create, and then pass the data. Just copy this from above and paste it here. And then we are going to return next response dot json and product. Then catch error console.log error creating the product error, and then return the next response dot error, and this should be done. Now let's save and go back to our add product form.tsx, and here we are going to define a function so that we can post our data. So that const post data, it will be a sync, and inside the function we are going to first call the handle image change function, then the try and catch block. Inside that, at const response is equals to await axios dot post, and then provide the URL, which will be api/add product, and then the form data. Then we are going to have a router dot push to the main page, and we can also console our response, then catch if an error occurs, console.log error. Now let's go below, and here make the post data button, on click post data, then add a class name, text white, empty 10, border of 1 pixels, bg purple 500, rounded lg, px5 p2, then inside button write submit. Now let's save and go back to our browser and refresh the page. Now click on the submit button, and as you can see we got the status 200 and the form data. Let's go to our database and check if our data is stored or not. So select everything from product, and as you can see our data got stored here. We have our title, description, category and everything else here. So with that we have successfully created our add product page. Now in the next video we are going to display those products here and work on the filters. So now I have added some more products here on which we are going to apply the filters. So let's go to our project, and here inside the page.tsx add an HR tag, and below that we are going to have our container component. Now let's go inside the component and make that container component. So container.tsx tsr afc export default container. And now let's import in our page.tsx. Save. And now as you can see we have container written over here. Let's add a folder named container and push and add this container in that folder. And now here inside this div, make one more div and it will have a class name Lex, and then inside that we are going to have a link and inside the link we are going to have a div, and inside that add filters. Let's provide href and it will point to /filters and give a class name of opacity 60. Now below this link make one more div in the class name of px20. Inside that write item component. Now we are going to make this component in the container, and we are going to make these two components in the container folder. So that filter.jsx and one more item.tsx. Now import both here. So first let's work on the item. So here first we are going to import icon, which will be AI, outlines, heart, react icons /AI. There should not be D here. Then we are going to import the link from next link. Then import this one from app/prisma.db, and let's make this arrow function. So that const item a sync function, and inside that we are going to pass our props, which will be a type of props, then our arrow, and inside that we are going to have our products. So const products is equals to prisma dot product dot find menu, and write return. Inside that write a div. Let's console our product and then go back here. So if you're getting this kind of output in your console, the reason is that you didn't have added the await. So if you add the await, you'll get the correct output, which is this. Now we're going to use this output to display all the products in our main page here. So now below this, if the products dot length is equals to 0, then return div saying empty. Now inside this div we are going to have attachment tag with the class name of py3 text excel, and then write clothing. So that write a div with the class name grid. If it's above sm, then we're going to have grid calls to, otherwise grid calls one. Now, yeah, now we are going to use the products and map over that. Then a small braces. Inside that we are going to have a div and then give a key value which will be product.id. Then we are going to have a link and the href value will be /dashboard /product.id. Then inside this we are going to have a div with a class name relative rounded LG, and then we are going to have an image. So first we will have a classes. So W will be 250 pixels, H will be 300 pixels, object cover, object top, rounded LG, and inside the SRC we are going to pass our product dot images dot split by comma, and then we are going to use the first image of our image array. Then outside this div, make one more div with class name of flex item center, justify between and empty4. Then one more div, class name text 14 pixels, font medium, next width will be of 150 pixels, white space no wrap, overflow hidden, and set that write h1 tag, and the classes will be these. Actually the div will not have any classes. And inside the h1 tag write product.title, and below that h1 tag we are going to have a p tag, the class name of text 13 pixels, opacity will be 60. Then we are going to provide the product dot store name. Below this div write a span with the class name px2 font medium bg gray 100 rounded LG, and then write product dot price dot 00 and in front add a dollar sign. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Refresh the page and you can see we have all the products. We have to give some gaps here, so gap will be 20, and now they are looking good. Now this side we are going to add the filter component, so they will be shifted to the rightmost part. So now let's work on the filter. Although the filter will not be applied on the home page, it will be applied on the filter page. So whenever we click on this, we are going to be directed on this filter page, and then we are going to filter our products here. So now let's go to the filter, and here as well change this to have a function. So at const filter, so this filter component will be a client component, and then here we are going to have a use state, then use effect. Other than that, we are going to have two icons, and we are going to import axis. And now inside the filter component, we are going to define some states which will be used while filtering output. So first will be const show filter. So this will be used for the small devices. So show filters, use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. Then we are going to have const selected categories, set selected categories, use state, type will be string array, and initial value will be empty array. Then we are going to have const selected size, set selected size, and copy this from over and paste. Then we are going to have all hex values, set hex values, use state, the type will be same, at selected hex values, set selected hex values, copy and paste. Next we are going to have state for price, set price, use state, and it will have object, min will be 0 and max will be 100. Now let's write some functions here. So first will be const handle min change, e, which will be a type of react dot change event HTML input element, and inside that const value is equals to e dot target dot name is equals to min, and we're going to pass int e dot target dot value. Otherwise we are going to have e dot target dot value. Next we are going to set the price. So first we are going to set the price, and then e dot target dot name will be equals to value. Similarly we can write the handle max change. So copy that and change the name, and here change the name, and that's it for the handle max change. Next we are going to write function for toggle the category. It will take category as input and it will be a type of string. Inside that we are going to have set selected categories, and then previous categories, arrow function, and previous categories dot includes category So if the previous category include the category, we are going to do previous category dot filter C, and C will not be equal to category. Otherwise, we're just going to spread our previous category and insert the category value. Similarly, we can write the function for toggle size. So copy this and paste it up below and change the name to toggle size. I want to pass the size. And we can also write same for toggle color. And now let's get all the colors that we have included in our products. For that we are going to make an API route. So inside the API folder, make a folder named color, and then inside that make a file route.ts. Inside that, first we are going to import a Prisma from app/PrismaDB, and then we are going to import our next response from next server, and write export async function which will be type of get request, type of request. Now inside that we are going to use a try and catch block. First we are going to get all the colors from our database. So write await prisma dot product dot find many, and inside that we are going to select color to be true, and then we are going to return next response dot json all colors, and then we are going to catch any error. Console.log error fetching all colors, and then return next response dot error. Now save and go back to our filter, and here we are going to define a function const get all colors. It will be a type of async function, and then inside that we are going to use a try and catch block. Const response is equals to await axis dot get, then provide the URL which will be /API/color, and then return response.data. Then we are going to catch error and console.error and return null. Consoling, in the console we get this type of data. We get in JSON, and inside that we get the colors which is in the object format. Now we want this to be an array so that we can map over all the colors and show it here. So let's make this an array. For that we are going to use the use effect here. So let's remove this, and below this function we are going to have use effect. Inside that we are going to call our getAll function, then all colors, and if all colors are available, then we are going to define a hex set, which will be a new set type of string, and then all colors dot for each element, which will be a type of any, const colors is equals to element dot color dot split, and colors dot for each color type of string, const x value is equals to color dot replace hashtag with this, then hex set dot add hex value, unique hex values, which will be a type of string array, is equals to array dot from hex set, and then we are going to set the hex values to unique hex values, and this use effect works only when the page reload, so we can provide an empty array here that const all hex value equals to all hex values. So with that we have written almost all the functions for this filter. Now let's work on the JSX part. First, give this a class name of relative, and inside that div, make one more div with a class name of max width of 250 pixels, then border left of 0.5 pixels, and border right of 0.5 pixels, and then pass if show filter is true, then write max MD width will be 250 pixels, otherwise width will be 0, and max MD invisible. Inside this div, make one more div with the class name of flex item center, justify between px5 py4, and border bottom of 0.5 pixels, and then inside that we're going to have an h1 tag with the class name of text neutral 800, and write filters. Then we're going to use our icon, which is BS slider to vertical, then close it. Now size will be 20, and then class name text neutral 600. Now below this div, make one more div, the class name of flex call py3, pb5 text sm text neutral 600 and border bottom of 0.5 pixels. Inside that we are going to have a span, and first we are going to give a class name py3 px5, and if selected categories dot contain dot includes 500, otherwise none, and below that write onClick function which will have the toggle category function with blouses, and write blouses here as well. Now duplicate this and change this to short, and here as well short. And similarly we are going to have denim and jeans, party pants, skirts, top and tees, jackets and coats, and you can add other categories as well. So now let's save and go back here. Let's see, we have some error here. Writing all colors dot polish is not a function. Let's refresh, and this should be capital. Now save, refresh. So we have our filters, but the CSS is not matching. Let's go and fix that up. The width will be MD, then width 250 pixels. Now save and go back here. Refresh the page. So fix this CSS as well. And now let's save. And here you can see that we got all the filters. Right now the opacity is 60%, so you are not seeing that clearly. If I remove this, and below this div, make one more div with the class name border bottom of 0.5 pixels, padding bottom of 10, and then inside make one more div with the class name flex item center, justify between px5 py4 border bottom now 0.5 pixels, mb5, then write h1 tag, the class name flex text neutral 800, and then write prices, and below that we are going to use our icon bs chevron, size will be 18, and then the class name will be text neutral 600, then close. And now below this div, make one more div with the class name grid calls to cap will be 5 px5 overflow hidden, and inside that make one more div with class name flex call justify center item center, then give a label, and then class name text 15 pixels and opacity of 75, and write min. Below make active with the class name relative, and inside that we are going to have a span with the class name of absolute. Left will be 3, top will be 1, and then add the dollar sign here, and below that we are going to have our input, which will be a type of number, so and name will be min. Pass the onChange function, and then write handle min change and give value to price dot min. Now let's give some classes here. So that class name w full, after line none, border of 1 pixels, rounded LG, px2, text center, py of 2 pixels. Now let's copy, and now let's duplicate this and change this to max, and max here as well, and here as well, and then change the function to handle max. Now let's save and go back here, and now you can see we have a min and a max value here. And now below this to make one more div, the class name border p of 0.5 pixels, then one more div with the class name flex, item center, justify between px5, py4, border of bottom 0.5 pixels, and b5. Inside that we are going to have an h1 tag, so copy that from here, paste, and change this to colors. And now below this div we are going to have unordered list, and it will have class name grid, grid calls 4, px5, and gap will be 5. Now we are going to map over all x value, so that all x value dot map x value, then index, small braces, then li, and it will have a key which will be index, then class name w of 40 pixels, h of 40 pixels, rounded 2xl, border of 0.5 pixels, border neutral of 300 pixels, 300, then cursor pointer, and then selected x values includes tag $x value. Then we are going to give a shadow of 2xl, opacity of 25, otherwise nothing. Then we are going to give a style which will be background color, and it would be hashtag $hex value, and then we are going to have a click function, and here we are going to call our function toggle color. Then we are going to pass our color, and lastly we are going to work on the sizes. So that div with the class name sizes, and inside that make one more div, and we can just copy that from here and paste here and change this to sizes. Now below that we are going to have another list with the class name these, and then inside that we are going to have our allies. So first let's give some classes. So class will be border of 0.5 pixel, rounded LG, text center, text 14 pixels, py of 14, py of 2 pixels, cursor pointer, and if the selected size dot include, then we are going to give a BG color of neutral 900 and text white, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Then below that we are going to have a onClick function, and here we are going to pass the function of toggle size, and then the size SM, and here as well. So write MD, here MD as well, and here as well. Then we are going to have the size which is Excel, so write Excel here, and let me give some margin bottom here so that we can see our sizes. So give class name margin bottom of 200 pixels, and here as you can see now we have our sizes, our colors, price, and the categories. So the item, let's do some changes here in the CSS. So right here LG, if the window size is about LG, then we are going to give a greet call 3, then if it's about SM then call 2, and by default it will be calls 1, and if the gap will be above MD then gap will be 20, otherwise gap will be 12. And also inside the filter we have to add a button here, and this button will change the value of show filter, and this will be the CSS absolute MD hidden top 20 at -40 pixels, rotate 90, BG 100, BG gray 100, PX2, round top SM, cursor pointer, and right filters. Now let's save and go back here, and I will decrease the size of window This little button pops up if the window size is empty, and when I click, all the filters shows up. Let's work on the API. So go to the API folder and make a file name, filter product. Inside that, make a file name route.ts. So as always, we are going to import a Prisma and Next response. So go here and copy that from here, paste. And below that, we are going to write export a sync function with get request set that try and catch block. First, we are going to have a const search param is equals to new URL search params, and we are not going to import anything. And here we are going to have request.url. And now from the search params, we are going to extract all the filters. So first will be categories search params dot get all. Inside that, write categories array.
Now what this line is doing is getting all the values which is associated with the categories. So similarly we can get the colors as well, and then sizes, and then we are going to get our min price str from the params, and we are going to get our max price str from the params. Now we have to change this str to the integer. So for that, write min price is equals to min price str. If present, then we are going to pass it to integer, otherwise undefined, and same for max price. Now we are going to get our products. So that const products is equals to await prisma dot product dot find many, and inside that we are going to give conditions where, and here we are going to use the or operator for the filters. And inside the or operator, first we are going to destructure the categories and then map over the category, and if the style contains the category, we are going to send that product. Now there should be small braces around here, don't forget to add it. Really we can do for sizes, so we are going to map over them as well. And then if the style, and then if the size contains the size, we are going to return that product. And then we are going to filter product based on price, so that price inside that GT min price and LT max price. And last filter is colors, so that colors dot map, and then if it contains the color, we are going to return that product, and if that product contains that color, we are going to return that product. Then below this line we are going to return our next response .json products, and then we are going to catch errors, console.log error in selecting the product, then passing the error, and then lastly we are going to return our next response. dot error, and this is all we need to write in the API file. Now let's write a function to use this API error. And one more thing, that here this should be max, not max. Now let's go back to the filter, and here we are going to use the use effect, so that whenever we change in the filter, the response changes. So first axis dot get, and then provide the API endpoint, filter, product. Then we are going to provide the data in form of params. Inside the param, first we are going to give categories, which will be selected categories. Then size, which will be selected size. Then price, which will be, in which we are going to have min price, so price dot min. Then max price, which will be price dot max. And then we are going to give a color, write colors, selected X values. Then outside this we are going to provide our headers. So content type will be application.json, application/json, and then below this write then console.log response.data, and here write response. Then we are going to catch errors. And now let's save and go back to the browser, refresh the page, and as you can see we got one response, and the reason is that the price range is from 0 to 1, from 0 to 10, and this is directly as false in that category. Now if I change this to 19, you can see that now I got 3 responses, 4, 5, 6, and now if I select the 3XL, you can see now I got 4 responses. So as we change the filter data, our response data also changes. Let's say that our filter is working. Now we just have to make a page for filters and then render these responses here. For that, let's go to our VS Code. But before that, let's uncomment these and add the opacity to 16. So whenever I click on this or this, I get that to the /filters. And now let's make that page here. So first close this, and inside the app directory make a folder name filters, then page.tsx, and first make this a client component, and we are going to have use state, use effect, then import a neighbor, then import filters, then import XCS, then import link. Now here we are going to define some states. So the states will be same as we defined in the filter. So go to the filter and copy all these and paste here. And other than that, we are going to define one more state here, which is response
set response is equals to use state, type will be any, and type will be any array, initial value will be empty array. Now we are going to copy this filter here and paste inside this filter folder, and now we are going to change the component here. So first remove all this, and here we are going to define some props. So write selected categories, type will be string array, then second will be set selected categories, type will be react dot dispatch, react dot set status action string array, then write selected size, which will be a type of string and string array, then set selected size, which will be type of this, then all hex values string array, then set all hex values, then that's selected hex values, that will be string and array, and then set selected hex value, and this should be all, and here should be all, this should be, and then set selected all hex values, and this should be selected all hex values. Then we are going to write price, and it will have min value, which will be number, and max value, which will be number, and set price, which will be type of react dot dispatch react set state action min number max number. Now let's change this value. So this will be props dot set price, this will be props dot price, and here let's go here, this state should be here. Now similarly right here props dot set price, props dot price, props dot set selected, props dot set select size, props dot set selected hex values. So I think I have done some spelling mistakes, so let's go here, set selected hex values. So props dot set selected all hex values, then here props dot set Now after changing all of them, we can cut this function. Let's go to the page.tsx. First change this to capital P. Then below this we're going to use the use effect, and inside that we are going to define a function which will be const fetch data, which will be a sync function. Inside that we are going to use the try and catch block, and inside the try block we can copy the values from our components. So from the filter we can copy this, go back to the page.tsx, and here write const response is equals to await, then paste, and then remove this part. Now let's catch the error, and then here write catch error console.log error, and then we are going to call our function fetch data, and in the dependency we are going to provide the selected categories, selected size, selected hex values, and price. Now let's save, go back here, and as you can see in the response we got one response which has the price value below 10. So we can see that, as I told you earlier, that the min and max is 0 and 10. Inside this div, add a class name with px5 max width of 1280 pixels and ms auto. And inside this we are going to have one div with a, and then we can write our name bar here. Then below this div add a HR tag, and then one more div with class name of flex, and inside that add a div, and then import our filter from /filter. Then we are going to pass all our states here. So first will be selected categories, which will be equals to selected categories, then set selected categories, set selected categories, now outside this div make one more div with the class name of px10, and then inside write h1 tag with the class name of py3 text for excel, and write filtered products clothings. Then below that make a div with the class name, and copy this CSS from here. So copy this and paste it here, and also give margin top of 5. Now we are going to map over the responses. So write response dot map, then product, which will be type of n, and then add a div with the key value of product dot id, then add a link and href will be slash dashboard slash product.id. Inside this link we are going to have the same JSX from here, so copy this and paste here. Now let's save and go back here, refresh the page. Let's make this 2 pixel and font medium. And there's nothing showing here. I think there's some problem. So I think the response is empty. Let's see why. So we have to set the response value. So that set response and then pass response dot data. Now save, go back here, and as you can see now we have our response here. So we have t-shirt. Let's select the 3XL size, and as you can see now we have 4 products here. And if I select this color and remove the 3XL, select this one. So right now no colors is selected. When I select this red color, I'm getting all these products. Deselect, everything's goes away. If I select this, I'm getting two products here. Now I'm getting 3 products because I have selected these 2. Now let's make this 2 14. Now as you can see, after $11 I'm getting this product. So if I make the price less than 5, nothing is showing, and if I click on the shirt, I'll get shirt to product. So with that, as you can see now our filtering is working. Let's go back to the home page. When I click on the filters or on this part, I get directed to the /filter page, and then here you can apply the filters. Like if I make this 100, I'll get the whole product that is between this price range. Let's make it 10, and if I click on the 3XL, you can see I'll get these products. So with that, we have completed the filtering part of our website. Now in the next tutorial, we are going to work on the individual pages on which we are going to show the individual product, where we are going to show the individual details, and user will be able to comment on that and give it a rating, and also will be able to add to the cart. But right now the page is not available, as you can see. Now inside the app directory, make one more folder named dashboard, and then inside that make one more folder named slug, and then inside that make a file named page.tsx. Now here we are going to import our Prisma. So Prisma from app/prismadb, and now change this function as export default async function page, and inside that we are going to have params, and params then slug, which will be a type of string, and then inside the function, and then we can have our product ID. So const product ID is equals to parse int parents dot slug comma 10, and now save it. Now let's go back to our browser. Now if I click on any of these products, I'll be directed to this page. Now as you can see, this is not empty, and the URL is dashboard/1, which is the product ID. Now if I click on this one, this is /5. So this is the dynamic route. We have completed it. Now let's render our product data here. So for that, below this, we're going to have const product, and we are going to fetch this product directly from our database using Prisma. So at prisma.product.findUnique, and here pass the product ID. ID is equals to product ID. Now let's return. So div, and then here, and now inside this div, let's pass our product dot title and save. Refresh. And as you can see, now we have our product title here. So that means we are successfully fetching the products. Now remove this and write our JSX. So first give this a class name maxW of 1280 pixels, MX Auto to make everything in center, PX5 and PY5. Then we are going to have a one more div with a class name font semi-bold, text to Excel, MB2. Inside that, we are going to have a anchor tag pointing to the home page, and then below this div we are going to have a HR tag, and then we are going to map over the product. So if the product is present, then we are going to have a div. Now give this a class name grid calls to mt10 and cap 14. Now let's go above, and here write const URL string is equals to product dot images. Now inside this div, if the URL string is present, then we are going to make a component here which will be image gallery, and here we are going to pass our image URLs is equals to URL string. Now let's make this component. So now let's make this component inside the dashboard folder at image gallery.tsx, and now let's import that here. Now inside the image gallery, first make this a client component, and then inside the props we are going to have image URLs, which will be a type of string, and now let's pass that image URLs, and also we are going to import use state and one icon. Now inside this function we are going to have a state which will be selected image set selected image, use state, and the default value will be 0 and it will be a type of number, so write number. Then we are going to split our image URLs, so that const URL array is equals to image URLs dot split by comma. Now let's write our JSX. So inside this div, first give that class name images grid calls 7, and one more div with the class name all images flex call span 2 and justify center. Then we are going to map over the URL array dot map URL comma index, and we're gonna have a div with a key value of index, then a class name image relative and rounded LG. Then inside that we are going to have an image tag, and this will have an onClick function which will have set selected image, and then we are going to pass our index. Then we are going to have a class name, width will be 70 pixels, h will be 70 pixels, rounded LG MB3 and P1. Object cover, object top, and if the selected image is the same image, then we are going to provide a border which will be 1 pixel thick. Then border color, otherwise the border will be 1 pixel thick and color will be purple 200. Then inside the SRC we are going to have URL, and inside the alt then its index plus 1. And now below this div, make one more div with the class name of selected image, call span of 5, then one more image tag, class name h of 600 pixels, wauto, object cover, object top, and then inside this URL we want to pass the URL array, then selected image index. And now let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page, and let's save this as well. And now we have all our images here, and you can also select them to see in bigger view. Now we are going to use one more component to display the user info, so that will be info component, and then we are going to spread the product. We are also going to pass rating is equals to average rating, the number of comments which will be equals to all review dot length. So these three values we are going to pass, but these two we haven't made it yet, so we are going to remove that. and for now we are just going to pass the product. So let's make that component inside the dashboard. So write info.tsx and make this a client component. Then import use state. And then we are going to use the React star. So open a parallel window and write npm I React rating star with type, and now we are going to import React stars from React rating star type, and then we are going to import all these icons. Along with that, we are also going to import size component and import link, then import use session from Next.React. Now below that, we are going to define interface props, and here we are going to define types of each and every value from the product. So first will be ID, which will be a type of number. Then we are going to have a type, then title, which will be a type of string, then description, which will be a type of string, category, string, style, string, store, string, size, type of string, inventory, number, color, string, then price, number, then images, string, user ID, type of number, rating, number, and number comments, it will be a type of number. But for now, comment these two, as we are not passing the rating and number comment right now, so we have to comment those for now. And now let's pass all this inside our component. So remove this, and here write react.fc, pass props, and then inside here write title, description, ID, price, color, size, and user ID. And now let's import this component in our case.tsx. So write import info and save it. Now let's separate the colors and size from the string. So first will be colors is equals to color dot split by comma. Then we are going to then split sizes is equals to size dot split by comma. Then we are going to have our user data from session const current user is equals to session dot user dot id. So current user id, and then we are going to make a state which will be selected sizes set selected sizes use state. It will be type of array string, and the initial value would be empty array. And now let's define a function to select the sizes. So that handle select size, and inside that we are going to pass size as a string. Then if the selected sizes dot include size, then we are going to filter that size. So that's set selected sizes. And now let's give this a type which will be string array. Else we are going to push that selected size in our array. So at previous state type will be string array, split the previous state, then pass that size, and this should be square bracket. So this will be the function to select the sizes from our buttons. Now let's add our JSX. So first give this layer, give this give this div a class name of relative and info. Then inside that make h1 tag with the class name of text to Excel, font semi-bold, and then we are going to pass our title here. Below that h3 tag with the class name text sm, text neutral 500. Here write the store. That's I think we did not pass store here. Then below that make a div with the class name of flex item center space x12 and empty 4. Then we are going to use get stars. Here we are going to provide the value. For now let's provide 2 as a value. Then give the size which will be 20 and close it. Then write a span, then give a class name flex item start space x3, and inside that we are going to use our icon which is fa reg comment dots. Size will be 22 and opacity will be, and then below that make one more span with the class name opacity 70, and text will be sm, and then inside this span we are going to pass the number of comments. For now let's write 121 comments. Now below this div make h3 tag with the class name of font medium and create mb3 text of 14 pixels, and then write select size. Then we are going to use another list. Let's give this a class name of flex and a space of 5, and now we are going to map over the sizes. So that sizes dot map size, then index, li. First give this a key value which will be index, then class name p of 1 tx2 border of 1 pixels rounded lg cursor pointer inline block text center, and if the selected sizes dot include the size, then we are going to give bg black and text white, otherwise bg will be white and text will be black. Then below this class name write on click function, and this will call the handle select sizes, and then here we are going to pass our size, and inside the li pass the size value. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and here as you can see we have our title, then the store name, its ratings, number of comments, and our sizes. Now let's continue building this page. Now below this UL we are going to have one more S3 tag with the class name font medium MT8 B3 text of 14 pixels and write color available. Now map over the colors dot map color index. Inside that make a deal with the class name of relative width of 35 pixels and height of 35 pixels, border of 1 pixel, border neutral 400, margin of 1. Then we are going to have some styles. So styles will be border radius of 100%, background color will be color, and then display will be inline block, and also pass key which will be index. And inside this div make a span with the class name w of 30 pixels, h of 30 pixels, rounded full flex top 50 pixels, top 50%, left 50%, Tran- translate x minus 50%, and translate y minus 50%. Then position will be absolute and border will be 1 pixels. Then give a style, then give a style which will be background color, then pass color. And now let's save and go back here. And as you can see now we have two colors here. Now outside this make one more div with the class name of flex item center, margin top of 7, space x10, and inside this div we are going to use a component name add cart, and this will take product id is equals to id. Now let's make that component inside our component folder dot tsx. So write tsrefce and make this our client component, and I'll import that inside the info, and then go back to the add cart. Now import link from next link, then we are going to import xcs, then import use session from next.object, then use router from next navigation, and also we are going to import two icons, which is inside the prop we are going to define the type of product ID, which will be a number. Now pass this inside a function product ID and refresh the page. Now inside the add card function we are going to have our user, so write const data user session is equals to use session, and then from that we are going to have and from the session we are going to have our user ID, so that ID is equals to session dot user dot ID. And now let's make a function to add the product to our cart, so that const handle cart, and inside the function we are going to use a try and catch block. Const response is equals to await, and to use await we have to make this a async function. Await xcs dot post, and then provide the API endpoint, which is API slash cart. We haven't made that yet, but we are going to make it after we finish this component. And then inside the body, inside and then inside the data body we are going to pass product ID, which will be product ID, and then the user ID. So after we add the product to our cart, we are going to send user to cart page. So router dot push slash cart, and also we are going to console the response dot data. And if you are getting this kind of error, that means you have to provide the response here. Then this your error will go away. And after that we are going to catch if any error happens. So catch error and console dot log error, and then remove this one and write if the session dot user is exist, then we are going to return the JSX, and that will be div with a class name of flex item center space x4 bg purple of 600 text white px6 p2 rounded full cursor pointer, and inside that we are going to use our icon, which is CI shopping cart with size value of 24, and below this span make one more span with the class name of text sm, and then inside that write add to cart. Now let's save and go back to here. Now let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page, and we are not seeing anything here. The reason that we are not seeing anything here because we haven't logged in to our website. So let's log in. So now I have logged in. Let's go to our page, and here as you can see now we have our add to cart. Clearly this combination is not good. So for that remove this, and here we are going to change the function a little bit. So if the session dot user exists, then we are going to have this, otherwise else we are going to push the user to our sign in page. So write router dot push and then that sign in page. Save, and let's go back to our, and now let's sign out and click on this, and if I click on the add to cart button, it's not, let's inspect it, console, and then inside this div right on click and then pass the handle cart function. Now let's save, and now if I click on this I should be directed to the sign in page, and as you can see I have not logged in, so I have been directed to the sign in page. And now if I go to our page, we can now click on this button, and as you can see we got an error because we haven't defined the API route yet, but this combination is good for our website. And now that our add cart component is ready, now we have to make our API route to add that product to our database. So let's go to, so first let's go to the Prisma schema, and here we are going to define the model for cart. So model cart will have a ID with type int, and this will be auto increment, then product ID, and it will be a type of integer, then product, then we are going to define the relation between product and the cart, relation fields, product ID, and then reference which will be ID, and on delete, cascade. Similarly we are going to have user ID which will be a type of integer, and then we are going to define the relation between cart and user, that relation fields will be user ID and reference will be ID, and on delete, cascade. Then below that at the rate double time index, product ID, then one more time index user ID. Now inside the product, below this add cart which will have a relation to cart, and then provide the array, and similarly inside this cart, then an array. Now let's save, and let's and and let's push this schema to our database. So that npx prisma db push, and we have successfully pushed the schema to our database. Now let's go to our API folder, and inside that we are going to make the route to add the product to our cart. So let's make one more folder named cart, and then write route.ts, So first we are going to import our Prisma and the next response. So we can which we can copy from here and paste. Now we are going to make our function export async function, and this will be a post request and request, and then we are going to have our body which we are going to get from await request dot json, and from the body we are going to get two values. First will be product id and second will be user id, and then use try and catch block const, and inside that first we are going to check if the product is already in our cart or not. So that const existing cart item is equals to await prisma dot cart dot find first, and here provide where, so product id then the user id, and if the product is not present in our cart, then we are going to add that product in our cart. So that const product is equals to await prisma dot cart dot create. Inside that pass our data which would be product id and then the user id, and then we are going to return next response dot json product, and if now write catch block in which we are going to catch errors console.log error adding product to cart, and then pass the error. Then we are going to return next response dot error, and now save. And let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now if I click on this, I'm getting an error. And what is that error? Let's see what is that error. So to solve that error, you can just close the server and restart again, and in that way you will be able to uh, in that way you will be able to add product to your cart. So I have added that product in my cart, so I'm getting directed to this URL, and I'm going to check if my product is added to the cart. And as you can see, I have one product which has product ID 1 and user ID 1. Let's add some more. So this time I'm going to add different product. This product number 5. So let's click on this, and as you can see, I am getting directed to this page. And if I run this query again, and you can see I have two products in my cart, one with product ID 1 and 5, and user ID is 1, which is me. And now let's check if I add this product again in my cart, will it be shown here or not. Let's click on this button. As you can see, I'm getting this error request failed with status code 5. So I'm not able to write this product again in my cart. Let's try one more time with this, and if I click on this, I'm getting redirected to this page. That means our product is successfully added to the cart. As you can see here, when I'm again clicking on this, I'm getting this error. To solve this error, we can write our API code in some different way. I'm going to show you how can you write this API route code in other way so that you will not get this error. So for that, remove this if statement so that if the product is exist in our cart, then we are going to first delete that product from our cart where id is existing cart.id, and then we are going to add that product in our cart. Await prisma dot cart dot create where data product id and user id, and then return next response dot json product. Now let's save and refresh the page. Now this product is already in our cart. As you can see, we have 4 numbers here as already. Now let's click on this button again, and as you can see, we are getting directed to the slash cart page. That means we have successfully added our product in our cart. Let's query this. As you can see, we have still our phone number product, but as you can see, the ID changed from 3 to 5. That means we first deleted that product and then added that here. That is why the ID changed from 3 to 5. Now this practice is not very good practice because you first have to delete and then add for if the product is already inside the cart. So to avoid that problem, you can just disable this button, or you can just directly send the user to the cart page without adding this product to our cart again. There's multiple ways to solve this problem. I'm not going to solve that problem. I'm just saying you that you can solve this problem in this way. So I hope you will add that functionality to the add cart component. And for now, I'm going to leave this code as it is. And with that, we have completed our add cart component. Let's go back to the info, and we have to add some more JSX here. So below this div, so now below this div, make HR tag with a class name of w9 by 12 and empty of 10. Now below that, we are going to have a div with a class name of grid calls to, and gap will be 10, opacity will be 70, mp5. Inside the div, make a span and give a class name of text sm flex item center space x4, and now inside that we are going to have one more span with a class name of p2 bg gray 100 and round it full. Now inside that we are going to use our icon, which is CI credit card 1, give size of 24 and then close, and below this span make a p tag and write secure payment. Now duplicate this 3 more times and change this to SL tag, and here write size
and fit. Then change this to Leah shopping fast solid and write free shipping. Then lastly remove this and write PI Q focus theme and write free shipping and return. Let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page and write inline blog and add this to everyone and then save it. And now it's looking good. And now lastly below this tree we are going to have, if the current user ID is equals to user ID, then we are going to have a link and provide the href and it will point to slash edit slash id, and inside that link we are going to have a span with a class name of absolute top 0 at 0 p2 bg green 600 rounded full text white cursor pointer, and then inside this span we are going to have our icon which is AI to turn edit size will be 24 and then close this. Let's save and go back here, and now we have a edit button. This button will be shown to only those users who have created that product. Since I have created this product, this icon is being shown to me. Now if I click on this, I'll be directed to the edit slash code, but we are going to work on this later. And with that we have completed our info section and the image section. Now we are going to work on other part of this page. So let's go back to our page.tsx. So now below this we are going to add a module with the class name mp20 mt20. Then inside this div make one module and add a class name flex item center space x5 mb10, and inside that we are going to have a span with a class name of w of 5 pixels and height of 30 pixels, bg purple 600 and a rounded full inline block. Below that make one more span with the class name of font medium and text axle. Inside this slide product description. Now below this we are going to use product. So if we present, then we're going to have a div with the class name of grid calls to, then one more div with the class name of flex item flex call justify center, then one more div with the class name of grid calls 3 gap 5 and margin bottom of 5. Inside this div make one more div, and inside we're going to have a s3 tag with the class name font
medium, and write category. And below that, write p tag, the class name text sm, text purple 500. Inside that, you're going to have product dot category. Now duplicate this two more times and change this to brush style, and this one to product dot style. Then this to store. Here write product dot store. Now below this div, make one more div and give this style inside that. First border color, which will be product dot color dot split by comma. And then we are going to use the up, which will use the last color of the string. Then we are going to write some class names. First will be leading 6, text sm, text neutral 700, height of 200 pixels, border of 1 pixel with rounded MD, padding 4, overflow, scroll. And now inside this field, let's pass our HTML. So write product dot description. Now let's save and go back to our browser. Refresh the page. And here you can see in our description box, we are getting HTML text, but we want simple text. So to do that, we are going to first remove this, and here I dangerously set inner HTML, and then add one more curly braces HTML, pass our product dot description if present. So now save it and go back here, and now as you can see we are getting a normal text here. Now below this we will make one more div with the class name of flex, justify and relative item center. Inside that we are going to have an image, the class name of max, height of 300 pixels, w of width of 10 by 12, rounded LG, object cover, and inside the src pass product dot images dot split by comma. Then we are going to have the last image, so pop. Below that we are going to use a span, the class name text sm, absolute, bottom 2, right 2, text white, and font medium. Inside span write product dot title and save it. Let's go back here, and as you can see our product description part is ready. And now let's work on the comment and rating system. So now below this we make one more div with a class name of MT20, MB20, inside we can just copy that from here and paste, and here write comment and review section. I will just make a div with the class name of grid calls to. Inside make one more div, and below that we are going to have a review component where we are going to write review about this product. So product dot id and user id is equals to product dot user id, and then close it. Now let's make this component in our component folder. Write review dot tsx. Actually, there is a correction. Instead of passing product user id, we have to pass the current user id. For that, we are going to get the server session from Next.js, and then we are going to pass the options, and from that we are going to get the session, and from the session we are going to get the user id. So remove this, write const current user id is equal to session dot user dot id. Now pass this current user id. Now pass this current user id in the user id bar. And first make this a client component, then import use state, and then import it starts, import NextJs, then import user router. Inside the props we are going to write product id, which will be a type of number, then user id, which will be a type of number, and put question mark here, and then pass this here. So write product id and then the user id. Next, inside this function write const router is equals to use router, and const default review form is equals to use state is equals to star will be 0, then comment will be empty string, then product id will be product id, and user id will be user id. Now let's make a state here, const review form set review form is equals to use state, and then pass default values. Next we're going to write on change function, next value which will be type of any, and write set review form previous state spread the previous state, then push the value of star, which is next value. Next write one more function named handle change We are going to have an event, and this event will be type of react dot change event of HTML input element, right const name. Then we are going to have const name and value from our e.target set review form previous state, spread the previous state and pass name and its value. And lastly, we are going to write function to post our review in our database. So write const post data, it will be a type of async function, and inside that we are going to use try and catch block. Const response is equals to await xs dot post, then API route, which is API slash review. We are going to make that later. Then we are going to pass our review form. Then we are setting the review form to default values, and then write router dot refresh. And I think we have imported the wrong router. This should be from next navigation. Lastly, we are going to catch the error, then console the error. And now let's add the JSX. So inside the div, we are going to have h1 tag with the class name of text excel, font medium MB4, and write give your opinion. Next, we are going to have h2 tag with the class name of MB2, and write give rating. And below that we are going to use a react star. So write react stars, then pass the on change function, which will be on change, then pass the value default review form dot star, then pass the size, which will be 17, is edit is equals to true, and active colors, then active colors. So active colors will be first red, then orange, then if you're getting this error, you have to write s at the end. Below this, we are going to have a s2 tag with the class name empty4, and write your comment here. And next, below that, we are going to have a div with the class name of, and inside that, we are going to have an input, which will be a type of text, and the class names border of 1 pixel, border purple, 300, rounded LG, W full, and H will be 40 pixels, focus, border purple, 500, outline none, then px2, mt2, and then provide name is equals to comment on change function, which will be handle change, and then value will be review form dot comment. Next, below that we are going to have a button to submit our review. So write a class name px5 v2 border of 1 pixel pg purple 600 text white rounded lg and margin top of 5. Then we are going to have an onClick function. Then inside that we are going to pass our post data function. And here write submit. Now let's import this component in the page.tsx. So import review and save this as well. Let's go here, and here as you can see now we have a comment section. You can give stars and write some comment. Now let's work on the API route. For that, first go to the prisma.schema, and here we are going to make a model for comment. So at review, and first will be ID, which we are going to copy from here. Next we are going to have a rating, which will be type of int. Then commentary, which will be type of string. Product ID, and it will be type of int, and then we are going to define the relation product at the relation fields and product ID and reference ID on delete cascade. Then we are going to have a user ID, so we can copy that from here and paste here. And now let's add the review inside our product and the user ID. So here write review and then the empty array. Copy this and paste here. Now let's add this table in our database. So here at npx prisma db push. Now we have successfully pushed the review table in our database. And now let's go to the API folder and make API route. Name this review, and inside that write route.ts. Then we are going to import Prisma and next response. So copy that from here and paste. And below that write export async function, and it will be type of post request, and then first we are going to get body from request.json, and then we are going to destructure that body. Inside that we are going to have a number of star, comment, product ID, and then user ID, and this will be equals to body. Now below that we are going to have try and catch block. So at const review is equals to await prisma dot review dot create. Inside that pass the data rating, it will be star, and commentary, which will be comment, then product ID, which will be product ID, and then user ID, which will be user ID. Next we are going to return our next response. So write return next response dot JSON and review. And if we get any error, then we are going to catch that error and then console.log and then return next response dot error and now save. And let's go to our page.tsx and now let's go inside the review.tsx and here let's console our response dot data save and let's give 4 star and write amazing. Now let's open our console and press on the submit button. We are getting an error. Let's see what is it. So if you are getting this kind of error, the most efficient way to solve this is to stop the server and restart again. Let's refresh the page. Now let's give a 4 star and again write amazing and then submit. And as you can see inside our console, we are getting our response.data, commentary is amazing, then ratings for user ID, product ID, and ID number. Let's go to our database and check if it is in our database or not. So that select everything from the view. As you can see, we got our comment here. Now we have to map our comment over here so that user can see. So for that, let's go to page.tsx and now below this we are going to have our reviews so that all reviews is equals to await prisma dot review dot find many and then inside we are going to pass where the product ID is product ID and then we are going to write some code to get the average rating from our ratings of that product so that let average rating is equal to 0 then if the all review dot length is greater than 0 then const total rating is equals to all review dot reduce acc comma review inside that return acc plus review dot rating. This should be returned and then here pass 0. Outside this we are going to have average rating is equals to total rating divided by all review dot length and this will give the average rating of our product. Now let's map over the review. So inside this table we're going to have all review dot map review comma index. Inside that write a div with a key value of review dot id and class name of mb5. Inside this div make h1 tag, and then give a class name of mb2 font medium, and here write comment index +1. Then here we are going to have a review section, and inside that we are going to pass a review. Let's close it, and inside the dashboard we are going to make that component review section .tsx. Let's make this a kind component, and then import React stars. Inside the props we are going to have rating, which will be a type of number, then commentary, which will be a type of string, then product ID, which will be a type of number, and user ID, which will be a type of number. Let's pass that here: rating, commentary, product ID, and user ID. Now inside this strip we are going to have our React star. React stars value will be rating, then is edit is true, then active colors, we can copy that from here, and then close this, and below that write a p tag with a class name of empty2, and then here provide commentary. Now let's import in our page.tsx, import review section, save it and save this as well. Now let's refresh page, and here as you can see I got one comment over here. Now let's comment one more: subscribe to channel and like the video, and now let's submit, and as you can see I got the data in my console, and then after a short period of time I'm getting my comment over here. Let's comment again: poor, one more area as well. So our comment and review section is working fine. Now let's pass the average rating to our info and the number of comment in our comment part. So let's go to our page.tsx, and inside the info we are going to first go to the info.tsx and uncomment this, and then pass rating and number of comment. Now let's go to page.tsx, and here pass the rating, which will be average rating, and then number of comment, which will be all review dot length. Now save, and then go back to the info.tsx, and here remove this and write number of comments, and then inside the value we are going to pass rating. Now let's save, refresh the page, and as you can see the rating is 3.5 and the number of comments is 3. And with that we have completed our individual page of our product. with review and comment section, description, and the info and images of our product. Next, we are going to work on this edit part where we are going to edit our product. Now let's make a cart page where we're going to show the product that user have added to the cart and also the product that he have already purchased. So inside the app directory, make one more folder name cart and then make a file and paste the t6 and change the name to cart. Now inside this component, we are going to import get server session from Next.js, then import options from app, then API auth options, and then we are going to import our navbar. Now inside the cart function, let's get our session from get server session is equals to await get server session and pass the options and make this a sync function. Now let's write our JSX. So inside the JSX, first we are going to have a div and it will have a class name max width of 1280 pixels. Then we are going to have MX auto and horizontal padding will be 5. And inside that, first we are going to have a navbar and then we are going to have a component. And inside that we are going to pass user ID from the session. So if session is available, then user, and we are going to get user ID from this session. Then close it. After that, add a chat tag with the class name of mt10 and mb10. And so that we are going to use one more component all purchased, and here we are going to pass the same user ID. Then close it. And now let's make this component in our component folder. So write all cart product.tsx and then make one more component here all purchased.tsx. Now let's import those two here. So import all cart product and import all purchased. Now first we are going to work on the all cart product. For that, go to the component. So here first we are going to import our Prisma from app/prismadb and import link. Inside the props, we are going to define user ID and it will be a type of number, and this will solve the error. You can, if you want, you can pass the user ID here by writing like this user ID, or you can just use the user ID inside our function by writing props dot user ID. So either way is fine. So now inside our function, first we are going to have our all cart product await. For that we are going to make this async function and then write prisma dot cart dot find many, and then here we are going to pass the where condition inside that user ID and write the user ID props dot user ID, and let's console this. So that console dot log all cart products. Save, and let's go back here and comment this for a second. Now let's go back here and start our server, localhost 3000, and then let's go to the cart page, which is this, and then inspect. Inside the console, you can see that we have an array of 1 and we have a product in our cart. Now this value only fetch the data from the cart model, in which we have ID, product ID, and the user ID. But we have to show the product and its info. For that, we have to use the IDs from the product IDs and then fetch the product from our product table. So for that, write const cart product promises is equals to all cart product dot map, and then write cart product and write prisma and write prisma dot product dot find unique, and inside that we are going to pass the where condition, where ID will be cart product dot product ID. And now we are going to use the promise to fetch all these products from our product table, like that const cart products is equals to await promise dot all, and then pass the cart product promises. Now let's console our cart products, save, and now you can see all the cart product in our console. So far we have 3, and now let's map over these products and render to our browser. Let's remove this and write if the cart products dot length is equals to 0, then we are going to return a JSX. Inside that, we are going to have a div with a class name of relative flex item center justify center, and inside this we are going to have an image, and source will be empty dot png, and below that we are going to have a h1 tag with a class name of absolute. Top will be 80%, then text to excel, text purple 600, and inside this write empty cart. Now let's save and go back here, and as you can see we are seeing nothing here. That means our cart is not empty. So if our cart is not empty, let's render the products. So first inside this div, give this a class name of empty14, and inside that we are going to map over the cart products. So cart products dot map cart product, and then inside that write a div with the class name of flex item center justify between width will be 8 by 12, and then MX auto to make everything in center, shadow LG P of 5 and rounded LG, and margin top will be 6. Now we also have to give a key which will be card product dot id. And inside this div, make a div. Inside that we are going to have a h1 tag with the class name of text to excel mb3, and then here at card product dot title, then h2 tag, the class name mb2 text neutral 800 price, which will be card product dot price. Then s3 tag, the class name text sm text neutral 600 mb2. Then inside that category, and the value will be card product dot category, and duplicate this 2 more times and change this to style card product dot style, and then store card product dot store, and below that we are going to have a delete button. So that delete cart, and it will take product id equals to cart product dot id, and user id is equals to user is equals to props dot user id. Then close it. Below this div we are going to use a link, and the href will be slash dashboard slash cart product dot id, and now close this. And now inside this link we are going to have a div, then an image, class name will be w 200 pixels, h 200 pixels, object cover, object top, and inside the src we are going to give cart product dot images dot split by a comma, and then we are going to use the first image from our string array of images. And uh, now outside this we are going to have a button, and here we are going to pass all IDs is equals to all IDs, and then the user ID is equals to props dot user ID. Now close this. So first let's get this all IDs. For that, after this, write const all IDs is equals to all product dot is equals to all cart product dot map item dot product ID. And now let's make these two components here. So inside our component folder, make two more components named delete cart dot tsx, and then a button. Now let's import these two here. So first will be import delete card, then import button. So first we are going to work on the delete card component, and in here first make this a use client, and then we are going to import access, and we are going to import icon which is called trash from react icons slash go, and also we are going to import use router from next navigation, and inside the props we are going to have two class. First will be product id, and it will be a type of number. Then we are going to have user id, and it will also be a type of number. And now inside this component, write const router is equals to use router, and then first we are going to make, then write the function name handle delete is equals to async error function. Then we are going to use a try and catch block, await access dot delete. Then we are going to pass the API out card, and then we are going to pass some data. So data will be product ID, which will be props dot product ID, and then we are going to use the user ID, which will be props dot user ID. And after that we are going to refresh the page. So router dot refresh, and then we are going to catch the errors. So catch error, and inside the error we are just going to console that error. Now inside our JSX, and give this to the class name of cursor pointer, and then on click, then pass the handle delete function, and inside that we are going to use our icon go trash, give a class name text red 500, and size will be 20. Now close this and save, and let's go here, and for a second let's comment this and go back to our browser, and here as you can see now we have our three card products here with our delete button. It is not working as of now. As you can see, if I click on this, I'll get an error this because we have not set up any API route for this right now. But if I click on this, I'll be directed to this particular uh, product. So now let's make this API route for our delete function. So go back to the API, and inside the cart .ts, we are going to make a function for the delete. So let export async function, and it will be a delete function, then request type of request, and first we are going to get our body from request.json, and inside the body we are going to get our product ID and the user ID from body. And I'm getting this error because it should be await. And now below this we're going to use try and catch block. So So inside that, first we are going to add const delete cart equals to await prisma dot cart dot delete many, and where product id is equals to product id, and then the user id will be user id. If you want to, you can write like this, or you can simply write like this. It works the same. And after that, return next response dot json and deleted cart. Then we are going to catch the error. I'm just going to console log. Then I'm going to return our next response dot error. Now let's save and refresh the page, and let's try to delete this particular product from a cart. And as you can see, our page got refreshed, and now we have only 2 products in our cart. If I delete this one as well, you can see that it got deleted as well. So with that, delete cart component is ready. Now let's work on the button.tsx. First make this a client component. Then we are going to import NextJs, and inside the type props, first we will have IDs, all IDs, and it will be a type of number array. Then user ID, and it will be a type of number. Now this time let's pass these two here, all IDs and user ID. For now I'm just going to write the JSX part, because this button will be used for checkout, and for now we are just working on our cart page. So remove this and give this a div of class name flex, item center, justify center, margin top of 20, cursor pointer, and then inside this we are going to have a span. Give this a class name px10, p2 text white, and bg purple 600 rounded full. And inside this we are going to write checkout. Now save and go back to our all cart product and uncomment this. Now save this again, and now as you can see we have a checkout button over here. Now clicking on this will not do anything because we have not made the function yet, but we will make the function when we will work on the checkout functionality. And now with that, our cart section is ready. Now we have to work on the purchase section, but right now we have not made the table for purchased and other things, so we will leave the purchased component for now, and let's go back to our home page, and then we are going to work on the edit functionality, and after that we are going to use on the checkout and then get back to the purchased component. So now we have to work on this edit functionality. Right now the page is empty. Right now there is no page. This is for error. So let's work on the edit functionality. Make one more page here inside the app directory name edit. Then make one more folder named slug. Inside that make the page.tsx and change the name to edit product. Now save, and as you can see, now we got a page here, not a photo for error. So let's continue working on this page where we are going to edit our product. So first let's import our Prisma from app/apis app/prismadb. Now here let's make this our syn function and then remove this part, and here we are going to have our parents and parents slug, which will be a type of string. And now inside this function const product id is equals to parse int params dot slug comma 10. Let's console dot log product id to see if it's working or not. Now let's save. As you can see, we got 1 since the product id is 1. But now let's go back to the home page and let's open this file number. So as you can see, now the product id is 5. If I click on the edit, I'm getting directed to the edit/5, and here the product id is 5. So this is working. Now if is name product id, then we're going to return div, and inside that write invalid product id. Now after that we are going to use a try and catch block to get our products. So at const product is equals to await prisma dot product dot find unique, because we are finding one product where the id will be product id, and if the product is not found in database, so if the product is not present, then we are going to return div the product is not found, and if the product is found, then we are going to simply return a div, and here we are going to have a component edit, and inside that we are going to pass the product, then close it, and after that we are going to catch the error, and then we are going to catch the error console dot log error, and then return a div writing error fetching product, and remove this. Now let's make this component in our edit folder. So write edit tsx, and now let's import that here. So first thing that we are going to do is to write the interface prompts, and inside that we are going to have an id which will be type of number, then a title, string, props that we are required. So these are all the props that we're getting from our page.tsx. As you can see now the error is gone. That means we have written all the expected parameters here. So save and save this as well. And we're getting an error. Refresh the page. And this was just a temporary error. Now let's pass all this inside our function. So first will be ID, then title. Now the edit page will be almost same as the add product page. So what we need to do is go here and copy and paste all the imports here. And now inside the function, first get the ID, which will be our user ID that we are getting from the product. And then let's make a state here, const form data, set form data is equals to use state, the state. Inside that we are going to first have ID and its value will be ID, then title, its value will be title, then description, then we are going to have size, which will be size, and I think I'm not passing size here, so after the stored we are going to have a size which will be a type of string, and then pass here as well size. After the size we are going to have our inventory, then color and price, images, user ID, which will be ID, and that's it. So in our form data we are going to have all these values. Now after that go back to the product form and copy these states and paste here. And after that we are going to use a use effect inside that if form data dot images exist, then that const image URL array is equals to form data dot images dot split by comma, and then set the image URLs to image URL array, and this will just work one time. And after that we are going to copy some functions from here. So copy all of them and paste here. And now first remove this because we are going to change the post data to update data, and also remove this, and beside that everything will be same. Now let's define our update data function. So that const update data is equals to a sync function. This will be arrow function, and first we are going to call a handle image change, and then try and catch block. Inside the try const response is equals to await xcs dot post, then provide the API route which will be API slash update product. Yeah, we will make this API of letter and then pass the form data. After that, let's console this as well. Response.data, and if we got an error, then we are going to catch that error, and then we are going to simply console that error. Now inside the JSX, we are going to copy that from here, and then we are going to make some small changes in that. So copy all of them and paste it and change this to update data, and here, and now let's save and go back to the browser, refresh the page, and as you can see our data got filled in here: title, category, style, store, size, inventory I think is 0, price, and the color, description, and the uploaded image, and our submit button. If you can see, let me inspect, and as you can see we also have our button here. Now let's change the inventory to 120. Now if I try to update this, I'll get an error which is 404 error because we have not defined the route yet. So for that, go back to the API, and inside that make one more folder named upload, and let's check the name. This is update product, and inside that make a route.ts file. So first we are going to get our Prisma and the next response. So copy this and paste here, and now I export a sync function, patch, and then write request, type will be request, and then we are going to get our body from await request.json, and then destructure that body. Inside the body we are going to have ID, title, description, category, style, size, inventory, color, price, images, user ID, store, and it will be equals to body. Now after that we are going to use the try and catch block. Inside the try, write const update product is equals to await prisma dot product dot update, and here we are going to pass where. So where id will be equals to id, and then pass the data. So data will be all these values, and then I'm going to return the next response dot json and update product. After that we are going to catch the error, console.log error updating product and pass the error. And then also we are going to return next response dot error. Now let's save. And since we have used this function as a patch function, we also have to change this to a patch request. Now let's save and go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now as you can see the inventory is 0. Let's make this 12, and now if I click on the submit, as you can see we got response with ID number 4, and now the inventory is 12. As I refresh the page, you can see now the inventory has been changed to the 12. Now if I change this to men, and here I'm going to change the sizes to just SM, MD and XL, some, and then the price will be $12. I'm going to delete this color and also delete this image. Now again let's submit, and as you can see we got a response. Now if I refresh the page, you can see nothing's changed. That means our changes has been made. Now the category is men, price is 12, and also we have only 5 images. The last image is deleted. Now let's go back to our main page, click this one, let's edit, and this time let's edit the price to $40 and submit, and let's go back to the main page, and as you can see the price has been changed to the $40. Now one more last thing that is left to do, use the router. So after this write const router is equals to use router, and then inside the update function write router dot push to the main page. So whenever they update the product, we are going to get pushed to the main page. Now let's try. Let's try this t-shirt for men, and price will be $50. Submit, and as you can see the price and the title has been changed. So with that we have completed our edit section for this project. Now in the next video we are going to work on the checkout section, and that will be the last part of this project. So until then, subscribe to the channel and like the video. And now let's work on the checkout part of our project, where we are going to use the Stripe to make the payments. So for that, go to the Stripe dashboard. First we have to sign in, and then go to the developer mode and make a account here. I'm currently using the Ecommerce video YouTube account. So first we are going to make our API out here. So make a checkout folder in API folder, and then the file. And here we are going to write the code to make payments from Stripe. So first we are going to import Stripe, Stripe from Stripe. So you have to install this package by writing npm I Stripe. After that we are going to import next response, and also we are going to import Prisma from root/app/prismadb. And then we are going to initiate a new stripe, calling it as a stripe is equals to new stripe, and inside that we are going to pass our stripe secret key. So write process dot env dot stripe secret key, and also we are going to have API version which will be this TypeScript true. And if you're getting a squiggly line below this, you can remove this by adding a exclamatory mark at the end. Now after that, we are going to define some headers. So calls headers is equals to, first will be access control allow origin, then access control allow methods, and methods will be get, post, put, delete, options, and third will be access control allow headers, and here content type will be authorization. So export default function options, and inside that return next response dot json. I want to have the empty object, and then inside the headers we're going to pass the calls headers. Now let's write a post function. So export a sync, and this should be a sync as well. Function type will be post. Inside that we are going to have request, type of request, and first we are going to get the product IDs and user ID from our request. So product IDs and user IDs from request.json. Now if we don't have a product IDs, or the product IDs dot length is equals to 0, then we're going to return a new next response at product ID is not found, and then we're going to have a status code of 400. And now if we do have our product IDs, then we can get our products from the product table. So that products is equals to await prisma dot product dot find menu side where ID in product IDs. So we will get all the products containing all these product IDs. And now let's define line item where we are going to push different parameters and their values. So const line items is equals not equals to, this will be colon stripe dot checkout dot session create params dot line item, and this will be equals to empty array. Now we are going to look for the products, and then we are going to push the values in the line items. So line items dot push, and the first will be quantity. Quantity we are defining 1, but this can be controlled by user by passing the quantity number here. Then price data. So inside the price data, first we are going to define the currency. Currency will be USD. USD. And inside the product data, I'm going to get the name, which will be product.title. And below the product data, we are going to have a unit amount, which will be product.price into 100 because stripe text amount in cents. Now let's create a session. So that const session is equals to await stripe dot checkout dot session dot create, and inside we're going to pass our line items, then mode, payment, billing address, collection, and I'm taking at auto, then phone number collection, and enabled will be false, then success URL. So success URL will be process dot env dot slash cart question mark success is equals to 1. As for the cancel URL, I'm going to change this to cancelled is equals to 1. Along with that, we are also going to pass the metadata where product IDs will be equals to json.stringify product IDs and user ID. Lastly, we are going to return a response. So return next response dot json URL. Inside that, pass the URL and value will be session.url. And also we are going to pass the headers, which will be calls headers. Now save, and then let's go to the env file, and here we are going to add some variables. So first variable will be next public API base URL, which will be localhost 3000, and second will be next public stripe publishable key, and this we are getting from API case. So click on this to copy and now paste it here. And the last key that we need is stripe secret key, and this also you can get it from the API case. So read and then copy and then paste it here. And now we have done everything. Let's go back to the cart page here, and then all cart product, and then button. We're going to define the checkout function so that on checkout, and this will be a type, and this will be a sync function. Inside this function, that const response is equals to await access dot post, and then specify the URL, which will be API slash checkout. Pass the data, which will be product IDs, which will be all IDs, and then the user ID, which will be user ID. And then we're going to write window dot location is equals to response dot data dot URL, and this will send us to the Stripe dashboard. And now here inside this span, pass the on click function, and then pass our on checkout function and save it. Now let's go back to our browser and refresh the page. And if I click on this, And as you can see, I have been directed to the checkout.stripe.com, which is the payment dashboard from Stripe. Now let's do a payment. For card information, use this dummy card number, and inside the date you can choose any date which is uh, the future date. So I'm going to choose this, and you can choose any number here. And now let's click on the pay. And here we are getting an error because we have selected the currency as USD, but we are selecting billing address as India. So we have to choose United States and then again pay this, and again click on the pay button. And as you can see, our payment got success, and in the URL you can see that the URL is localhost. The URL is localhost 3000 slash start question mark success is equals to 1, which we have defined here for the success URL, as you can see. But as you can see that our product is still here even though we have paid the price for this product. And the reason for this is that we have no way to confirm if the user have paid the price for this product or not. So to get the information if the user have paid or not, we are going to use another thing from the Stripe, which is webhook. We are going to integrate the webhook in our project. So what uh, webhook does is we do the post request from our side, and the invoice created if the user paid, and then Stripe sends this invoice to us through this webhook endpoint, and using this invoice we can update the customer data and also the checkout and everything else in our project and in our database. So for this we are going to use the webhook in our project, and whenever the user pay anything from the Stripe, we can change the data as per the event. Since we are working on the local environment, we are going to use the test in local environment. And the first thing we are going to do is to download our CLI. So for your system, you can download your CLI by going to this particular URL. And for the macOS, Linux, they have given all the commands to install them. So follow this and install the Stripe CLI in your system. And after that we are going to log into the Stripe. So copy this and go to the terminal. Remember, you have to be in the same directory as your folder, and now here paste this command, and as you can see here it has given us a URL. Just open it in your browser, and now you have to confirm this if this same code is written over here. So it's the same code. I'm going to allow the access, and after that you can close this window. And now the next step is to as you can see, this is completed. Now next step is to listen the Stripe. So copy this as well, and inside the terminal paste it here, and change this to localhost 3000 slash API slash webhook and enter. And this will generate a webhook sign-in secret, which we are going to copy and then go to the env file and then paste this value. And after that we can make one more folder inside the API, which will be webhook, then route.ts. Inside this first we are going to import our Stripe. from stripe, then import Prisma from /app/prismadb, then import next response and then import headers from next headers. Then we are going to initiate the stripe, so we can copy that from here and paste here. After that, define a post function which will be export async function post request, which will be type of request. And inside that, first we are going to get a body from await request dot text, and then we are going to get the stripe signature. So that signature is equals to headers dot get stripe signature, and it will be as a string. Now we are going to have a event which will be a type of stripe dot event, and then use the try and catch block. So event will be equals to stripe dot webhook dot construct event, and inside that we are going to pass the body, then signature, then process dot env dot uh, just go here and copy and paste this here, and to remove this error you can just add this exclamatory mark at the end, and then we are going to catch any error. So return new next response, inside that a message webhook error dot message, and status code will be 400. Now let's create a stripe session. So const session is equals to event dot data dot object as stripe dot checkout dot session. Now if event dot type will be equals to checkout dot session dot completed, then we are going to have payment intent succeeded, which will be equals to event dot data dot object, and then we are going to get our purchased IDs, which is the product IDs and the user ID from our metadata. So const purchased ID is equals to session dot metadata dot product ID, and the const user ID is equals to parsing session dot metadata dot user ID as a string. Now if we get the purchased IDs, then make a JSON array dot is array JSON array, then for const product ID of JSON array await prisma dot purchased. Now here we have not make the purchased table yet, so first let's go to the schema.prisma, and here let's make our purchased table. So below the cart write model purchased So first thing we are going to have a ID here, then is paid, which will be a type of boolean, and product ID, which will be a type of integer. Then we are going to make a relation between product and purchased, like product, the relation fields, product ID, references ID, and on delete cascade. Then we are going to have a user ID, which will be a type of int, and then establish a relation between user and the purchased, so that user relation fields will be product user ID, and then reference will be ID, and on delete cascade, and then below this write double direct index product ID, and then double index user ID. Now let's add the purchased in our product and the user. So here inside the product write purchased, and then empty string, and copy this and paste it here. Now save it and make one more terminal and go to the project directory, which is e-commerce, and write mpx prisma db push, and as you can see we have successfully added the purchase table in our uh, database. Now let's again go back to the webhook, and here now I'm going to write purchased, and as you can see we are getting the recommendation. After that, let's create, since we are creating a new data inside the purchased table, pass the data which in which we are going to pass is paid, which will be true, then product ID, which will be product ID, and then user ID, which will be user ID. After that, we are going to delete the product from the cart since the user have already purchased it. So at const cart item delete is equals to user ID, which will be user ID, and product ID, which will be a product ID, and then await prisma dot cart dot delete many, and inside that pass the where, then the pass cart item delete. Lastly, we are going to return, so write return new next response, inside that at null, and the status code 200. Save it. Now let's go to the Stripe dashboard again, and this time we are going to copy this command and paste it here and run it. And if you go to this terminal, you can see we are getting the 200 status code, and with that we have successfully set up the webhook in our project. Now let's try if it's working or not. So let me refresh it. Now let's check out, fill up the informations, and now paid. Let's refresh the page again. So our payment was successful, but there was some problem with the webhook. As you can see that we get a 500 error. As you can see, we are getting some kind of error here. So just close the server and restart it again, and then refresh the page, and again go to the cart page, and now let's check out one more time. So this time we did not get any error. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see that our cart is empty. And if I go to the database and run this query again, you can see that our data, you can see that our table purchased have one data in it, that product ID 5, got purchased, is paid is 1, that means it is true. And let's see our cart, and as you can see in our cart we have nothing, and here as well we have nothing. So with that we have successfully added the payment system in our project. Now there is still little work to do. First, we are going to also show the purchased product in our cart page, and also we are going to make a page for my products since we have not made it yet, and make this as well in our project, and with that our whole project will be completed. So let's go to our VS Code. So now go to the cart folder, and inside that uncomment this, and now go to the all purchase.tsx, and inside that first import the prisma from root app slash prismadb, then import link, and then import icon name bs check to all from react icons slash bs. Inside the props we are going to define user id, and it will be type of number, and pass this here. Now first we are going to get all the purchased product from our purchase table, and here pass the where condition, which will be user id. Now to remove this error, make this a sync function, and from this purchase product we are going to get all the products. So since in the purchase product we are only getting the product id, so using the purchase product we are going to get the product ids, and then we are going to fetch the product from our product table. So we can copy that from here, copy this and paste here. Now change this to purchased product, and this to purchase product, and this to purchase product, and this to purchase products. And now we are going to, and after that, if the purchase products dot length is equals to 0, then we are going to display a empty, which we can copy that from here and paste. And if it's not empty, then we can render a product. So copy this as well from here, paste it, remove this, and change this to purchase products, purchase and remove this as well and save it and save this as well. Now let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and here as you can see now we have a purchased product here. In the all purchased.tsx, add one more p tag here. Inside that give it a class name, text green 600, and write purchased, and then we are going to use our icon bs check to all. Size will be 20 and class name text green 600, and then close it. Now save, and with that we have completed our cart page. Now we have to make one more page for our my product here. So inside the app directory make one more folder named my products dot, and inside that make a page .tsx. So first we are going to import the get server session from Next.js, then import the options from root/app/api/auth/next.options. Then I'm going to import link, import the Prisma from root/app/prismadb. Then icon. Along with this, I'm also going to import navbar. Inside the function, first get the session from get server session and pass the options. Make this a sync function. Then we're going to get all my product from Prisma await Prisma dot find menu dot product dot find menu, where the user ID is session user dot ID, and if the all my product dot length is equals to 0, then return empty. For that, go to all card product and copy this and then paste here and save it. Now let's go back here, and if I click on this, you can see I'm getting a page written over here. That means all my product is not empty. So if it's not empty, then we are going to render this JSX. Inside that, first give this a class name of max width of 1280 pixels, mx auto, and inside that we are going to have a neighbor, and then one more div, and inside that we are going to map over all my products. So at all my product dot map, and inside that we are going to have a div. First give it a key value which will be product dot id, and then give a class name relative flex item center, justify between w8 by 12 px6 mx auto shadow lg and shadow purple 100 P5 rounded LG MT10. Inside this div, make one more div. Inside that, we are going to have h1 tag with a class name of text to excel mb3, and then inside this, we are going to have product dot title, and here write price, and this will be product dot price. Duplicate one more time. Now this will be dot category, and this will be category as well. Duplicate one more time. Then this will be style, and this will be style as well. Now make it a store and store this as well. Lastly, we are going to have a delete product component where we are going to pass the product ID will be equals to product.id and user ID, which will be equals to product.user ID. Now close it and let's make this component in our component folder. Delete product.tsx so that tsrefce, then make it a client component, then import access and import go trash from react icons and import user router from next navigation, and inside the props we are going to have product id, which will be a type of number, then user id, which will be a type of number as well. Now pass these two here, product id and user id, then write const router is equals to use router, and below that we are going to define a function to handle delete. Make it a async function. Inside that we are going to use a try and catch block. First wait access.delete dot, then provide the API endpoint slash API slash product and pass the data. So data will be product ID and it will be equals to product ID, then user ID will be equals to user ID, and then we are going to catch the error, and after that refresh the page. So write router dot refresh, and then we are going to catch the error. Inside that I just want to console the error. Inside this remove this first and on click function pass the handle delete, give it a class name cursor pointer, and then we are going to have our icon go trash, class name is equals to text, that is 600, size will be 20, and then close it. Now let's import it here and save this as well. Now let's go to the product. So we don't have any product folder here, so this should be add product. Now save and go to the add product folder and then .ts, and here we are going to define the delete function. So let export async function delete and then request, which will be type of request, and then first we are going to get the body from JSON. So await request.json. From this JSON we are going to get two values. First will be product ID and the user ID. Then use the try and catch block const delete product is equals to await prisma product delete many, and it should be delete only. Inside that we are going to pass where ID is product ID and user ID is user ID. Then we are going to return next response.json and deleted cart. Then we are going to catch the error and console the error deleting product, and then we are going to have our error here. Also we are going to return next response.error. Now let's save and go back to my product page, and below this div we are going to have a link and href, which will be pointing to dashboard slash product.id. Then close it, and inside the lib tag we are going to have a div. Inside that we are going to have an image. Let's define class name. Width will be 200 pixels, h will be 200 pixels, object top, and inside the src we are going to have product dot images dot script by comma, and then we are going to tag the first value of the string. Now below this we are going to have if the session user ID is equals to product dot user ID, then we are going to have a link, and inside the link first give this href pointing to the edit slash product dot id, and then give this a class name which will be absolute top 0 and right 0. Inside this link we are going to have a span and the class name of absolute top 0 right 0 p2 bg green 600. This should be green rounded full text white cursor pointer, and then inside this span we are going to have our icon which is AI 210 edit with size value is equals to 20 is equals to 24, and then close it. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and here as you can see now we have our products here. I think the font value is too large. Yeah, now it's looking good. So with that we have also completed our my product page. Now if I click on this I'll be directed to that page, and I can also delete this product from here. I think we're getting some kind of no, it's got deleted. So with that, we have completed our e-commerce website, and I'll be providing this code on my GitHub, so you can go and check out, and also do subscribe to the channel and like this video.